You're listening to my Koa, Shadow of Angel, Book 3, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Catherine Edwards. This production is brought to you by D.N. Leo and D.N. Media Creative Team. To support the Multiverse Novels channel, please subscribe to the channel and give the video a like.
Chapter 1 1980 Dalat, Vietnam. Bridget rushed through layers of steel doors to enter one of the top security areas in the Tri-Sun headquarters on the outskirts of Dalat, an exotic French settlement in the Vietnam highlands. Fire alarms rang throughout the building. Speakers barked out evacuation commands. Pushing against the stream of people hurrying out, she soon reached an area with no traffic at the center of the building. In the central hall, she stared at the large staircase leading to the upper level where the executive offices were located. Waves of smoke poured down the stairs. The smell of burned pine, Dalat's signature wood, engulfed the air. A window cracked and broke, the blazing breezes rushing in to fan the flames. Her high heels would be a hindrance, but she couldn't run through the burning debris without them on, so she lifted the long tail of her long, formal velvet dress and hurried up the stairs. The large landing of the executive level was indeed in flame. The symbol of the 3 overlapping solar eclipses was displayed prominently in the middle of one of the burning walls in front of her. To her left was a smoke-filled corridor. To her right was a fire exit leading down. Bridget! She didn't need to look back to know who was calling her. It was the deep, calm voice of the one person who would always be her constant, no matter what life brought her way. "What are you doing here, Quinn?" He rushed over and tugged at her elbow. "I should ask you that question. Let's leave before we're both toast." She pointed at the corridor filled with smoke. "Kane's in there. I can't leave him." The carpet started to catch fire, and the glass in the windows began to crack. Soon the metal window frames would melt, as would the body of anyone walking into that corridor. "There's nothing you can do now. Please, we can talk outside." "My husband is in there, and I won't leave him." "Kane is my best friend. I want to save him too, but he has no chance of surviving this fire. Bridget, even if you could get to him, what would you expect to find? His body? Think about your children, for God's sake." "They will be safe in your hands." "No." "Quinn, if our relationship means anything to you, then you will treat my children as your own. Please." "No, I won't accept this. Our relationship means too much to me. I won't let you go in there to die." "It's more than my husband's life that I have to save, Quinn. We started this, and we have to finish it." She turned abruptly and charged toward the corridor. Despite her kicking and screaming, Quinn grabbed her from behind and dragged her toward the exit. He was too strong for her to break free. "Okay, let me down," she screamed. "I'll go with you." He didn't give up and kept carrying her toward the exit. He kicked the exit door open and got them both safely out to the stairwell. She grabbed onto a steel rail on the wall to get her footing and then kicked hard at Quinn. He lost his balance and let go of her. She pushed him away, sending him stumbling down the stairs. "I'm sorry, Quinn," she said, and then ran back into the building, grabbed a broken chair, and jammed the door handle with it. Through the small window on the door, she saw Quinn trying to break in. Then behind him came a wave of fire from below. "Quinn!" she called out and grabbed the door handle. It was so hot, it burned her hand to the bone. Despite the excruciating pain, she yanked the exit door open as another wave of fire blew upward, exploding into the room and knocking her away. "I'm so sorry, Quinn." She looked down at the burning stairwell, the flames so hot they had melted everything in their way, including metal and concrete. Knowing Quinn couldn't have survived this fire blast, she wiped away her tears and headed toward the burning corridor that led to the executive wing, where her husband would be waiting. Chapter 2. Dina was flying. This was certainly different. Flying with her own wings, as opposed to flying with the wings of her weaponry suit. She could feel the cold breeze blowing through every feather, the strong force of wind pushing against her wings and pulling her shoulders back slightly. She felt a sensation in her muscles whenever she flapped her wings. "These angel wings feel great," she thought. She wondered if the sensation would be the same once she became used to these wings. Shael was right. Simply having angel wings didn't make her an angel, a position she had no intention of taking on. Working for Kieran in investigative roles, or in anything having to do with chemicals, was what she did best and where she could contribute the most. She believed he would soon promote her to a council of some sort in Udays. She could make a difference in the multiverse by being associated with the most prosperous universe in the cosmos. In the distance, she could see Eric racing up the hill. He had caught a glimpse of her flying toward him. He must have had a heart attack, waking up and finding she was gone. He had said he loved her. Dina couldn't believe it. It had happened too fast, and still felt like a dream. A human loved her, even after not only finding out she wasn't human, but also seeing her turn into a monster and rip the heart out of a magical Hulk. Shael had told her she wasn't a monster, but was possessed by her evil auntie. But Eric didn't know that. "Dina!" he called out. As she watched him glide through the bushes and rush up the hill to her, she was sure she loved him too. That was an amazing development, considering what she understood about her psychological profile and what she was capable of. She flapped her wings, flew in a circle, and flapped again. Then there was a tearing sound and a thud. She looked up and saw her wings were caught in a large tree, leaving her dangling over the ground. Eric rushed over, standing on the ground below her. "Dina, are you okay? Let go of the wings. Come down. I'll catch you." This had happened before. She'd gotten caught in a tree while flying with her artificial wings. But now she discovered the first disadvantage to having real wings was that rubbing them against the spiky tree branches actually hurt. "Let me retract them," she said. "Come on, Dina. Let go of them." He moved back and forth, adjusting his position to catch her when she fell from the tree. "You're looking up my dress, Eric." "I've seen you naked before. Come down here, Dina." "Oh, you're such a romantic," she said, then yanked at her left wing. "Ouch!" She pulled up again. "Ouch!" A couple of feathers floated lazily to the ground. Eric picked them up. "Dina, you're bleeding." "Stay still. I'll untangle you." He started climbing the tree. "Don't do that. You're afraid of heights, you silly," she said, and pulled hard at both wings. She fell to the ground, landing on her backside. Her wings were retracted halfway and still dropping feathers to the ground. Eric slid down the tree trunk and darted over to her. He pulled her into his arms and held her so tight she could hardly breathe. She could feel his body vibrating with emotion, making her feel bad for fiddling with her wings and not coming back to him quicker. "You scared the hell out of me. Where did you go?" "Shael got me. He said—" She didn't have time to finish her sentence before he kissed her. And he was a hell of a kisser. Her toes curled, and she thought her wings would too. Eric traced his hands up her back to her shoulders. Then he stopped the kiss and looked at her wings. "This isn't a suit." "I know. They're real wings." He smoothed a ruffled feather on the edge of her left wing, then kissed her cheek. "You're beautiful." "Don't you want to know how this came about?" "Not if you don't want to tell me." She smiled. "You saw me turn into a monster and kill Rolex. After all that, why did you say you love me?" "Because I do." "Even when I turn into a monstrous creature?" "Do I need to sing a song about it?" She chuckled. "No, I don't mind your singing, but I can't respond. I'm tone deaf." He sat down on a stone and pulled her down to sit beside him. "I've told you, I don't care what you are." "How about an angel?" "What?" "Shael is my father, and Charmine, the woman on the hill, was my mother. She was pregnant with me at the time." "And you aren't supposed to come into contact with yourself when you time travel. That's why you were knocked out when you touched her." She nodded. "Wait, it was 1864. That makes you—" She wagged a finger. "Earth age is irrelevant in the multiversal space." "A woman's age is irrelevant anywhere." He rubbed his hand across her bare shoulders after she had completely retracted the wings. "You must be cold. Let me go get your jacket." She smiled as she watched his shadow retreating down the rolling hill. A short while after, a shadow reeled toward her from the opposite direction. She squinted, trying to make it out. It wasn't just any shadow. It was Cooper. She darted toward him. He was covered in blood. "Cooper!" He fell into her arms. She lowered him to the ground and lay him gently on the grass. "Stay with me, Cooper. I'll take you back to the camp. Xanthi is a healer. She'll fix you." "Oh, no. Where's your arm?" she cried out, looking at where his right forearm should have been. It had been cut off above the elbow. He was on the verge of passing out and couldn't respond. "Eric!" Dina shouted down the hill, where she could still see a glimpse of Eric's shadow. He didn't hear her. "Eric!" she cried again. This time he turned around and raced back up the hill. "I need to talk to Eric," Cooper said weakly. "He's coming, Cooper. Don't speak. We'll take you back to the village." "Where's Eric?" "He'll be here soon. You've lost too much blood. Please don't speak. Keep your strength." She didn't realize she was weeping. Eric rushed over. "Cooper, what happened? Where's Jenny?" He reached down to lift Cooper up to carry him, but Cooper resisted. "Jenny wanted me to tell you that they want you. You're in trouble, Eric." "Who are they? Where is my sister?" Cooper passed out before he could answer. Chapter 3. Madeline rolled over to find Kieran's side of the bed empty and cold. She sat up too quickly, making herself slightly dizzy. They were in a hotel room. This was the most cynical, twisted joke fate had played on them since they'd left Earth. Kieran had run a global pharmaceutical conglomerate before they'd left. He'd had the red carpet laid at his feet wherever he went. But now they had to stay in a downtown hotel like ordinary humans. She sighed, resigned to the situation. The truth was that, although they were Udasians now, once a human, always a human. Her psychic ability wasn't flaring, so that meant Kieran was fine. Perhaps he just sneaked out for a walk. New York had been her home for 33 years. Although she'd had an ordinary life as a journalist, she'd had so many memories here. The LeBlanc's New York headquarters was the second largest after the one in London. Kieran must have had many business dealings here and worked with a lot of people. She smiled. Her husband was sometimes much too sophisticated for her liking. He always had stories and theories about everything that had happened in his life. She wondered if there was anything he couldn't explain. A shadow from inside the room moved past the window, only a few feet away from her. She jerked away, startled. But then she looked again. All she saw was the empty corner of the luxurious suite. She shook her head, willing her mind to scan around the room. Her psychic ability had improved. Most of the time she could turn it on and off and read the minds of ordinary humans. She respected people's privacy, though, and didn't scan unless it was absolutely necessary. The signal bounced back. Empty. She must be tired. She walked around the room, contemplating a harder mind scan. If there were any creatures nearby, she'd be sure to pick them up. She had a strange feeling she was missing something, and she didn't like it. The door slid open, and her gorgeous husband walked in, like a god, brightening both the room and her mood. Kieran LeBlanc, king of Udays, the most prosperous universe in the cosmos, warrior in many battles across the multiverse, and undefeatable predator in his business on Earth, stood there with a paper bag in his hand. He smiled and opened the bag, and she could smell freshly made bagels. She now saw what her psychic ability hadn't allowed her to see. Damn! It wasn't the food or the fact that she was starving at the moment that made her stomach flutter. It was the twinkle from those striking gray eyes and the killer smile on that God-given face that made her stomach flip and her body quiver with lust. Bagels, from your favorite bakery on Fifth Avenue, First Counselor. I hope you're happy with a room service. She stepped up and over to cross the bed, reached up to grab his collar, and yanked him down to the bed. She straddled him and smiled down at him. You've crushed your bagels, First Counselor. She ravished his lips, and he responded hungrily. Her hand slid under his shirt and roamed up his taut torso, caressing each well-defined muscle. He didn't just lie there and take it. His hands traveled all over her body. No matter how many times they had been intimate, or how long they'd been together, he always surprised her. She soon lost track of what they were doing, and then he did what he did best. He took control. When their needs had been sated, she curled into his arms. "Where's my bagels?" she asked. "I'm sorry to say you've lost your privilege for those bagels. Plus, you've crushed them somewhere beneath us on the bed. I don't think they're edible any longer." She propped herself up on her elbows and kissed his cheek. "You brought them, so I'll eat them. I don't care how deformed they are." He chuckled and sat up, finding his shirt, and tossed the bag to her. She spoke through a mouthful of bagel. "Eric's father is fine, so now we'll go back to Udays. Or do you have other businesses to see to here?" He tied back his long raven hair that nearly touched his shoulders. She knew he did that when he anticipated action. He said he was fine on the phone, but I think the explosion was too much of a coincidence. I'm going to visit the site and stop by to see if Diana is okay. He said she was fine, but I don't believe him. How will we get there? You wanted to keep a low profile, and you didn't contact your staff. Are we going to take the metro? He laughed. I wouldn't stoop that low, First Counselor. I've arranged transport for us. We'd better go soon. The sight of you eating bagels naked could possibly delay my important business all day long, and then we'll never get home to our children. She grinned, finished her bagel, and dressed. What kind of transport? You didn't get a ridiculous sports car, did you? Remember that you want to lay low, my king. He shook his head and smiled. Well, it's something on wheels. Suddenly a vision flashed at her, hard and fast. She gasped and grabbed the edge of the table to steady herself. Kieran held her shoulders. Madeline, are you okay? His eyes grew intense, and the smile faded from his face. She pasted on a smile. It's nothing. You're as pale as a sheet. It must be something. Are the children okay? Yes, Kieran, the kids are fine. It wasn't a precognition. She hadn't given him a satisfactory answer, and he knew it. But she hadn't lied. It hadn't been a precognition. It was a flashback, and one she didn't want to talk about. Are you fine to go with me now, or do you need to rest? I'll go with you now. He nodded. At the door, he stopped and asked again, Is everything okay? Yes, she smiled, and sauntered ahead. She didn't need eyes in the back of her head to know he was frowning at her. Chapter 4. Dina flew again. This time she knew the power of her wings and flapped them with strength. Not only did she want to fly away, she wanted to fly where Cooper was. Why did you leave, Cooper? I can help you, she said to the wind. She flapped again and again. Not only were they business partners, but they had been friends for a long time. Cooper wasn't oblivious to life, or ignorant as he often appeared to be to a lot of people. He cared about her, and she knew that in difficult situations he was a selfless person. Much of the time, she thought Cooper was a better citizen than she was. She looked down and saw Eric running below, shouting up at her. He waved his hands, gesturing for her to come down. She circled in the air and then landed. Eric rushed over, grabbing her shoulders. You are not going anywhere or doing anything by yourself. This is Zelok, not exactly the multiversal safe haven. I understand you're worried about Cooper. I'm worried about my sister, too. Before we left, there was the explosion at my parents' place, and I still haven't been able to get an answer from Kieran because the device he gave me isn't working. I need you to calm down and help me figure out how to tackle this situation before you take any hasty action. Wow, that was a long speech, Eric. I'm sorry I made you worry. I just wanted to try to fly out my frustration. I know we have to come up with a plan. Eric exhaled his relief and then sat down on a stone. He buried his face in his hands. I know I can't afford to make mistakes, but I just don't know what to do right now. I think we should attack the Red Shield tribe. It's risky, but it's an immediate action we can take. Cooper said the Red Shield have something to do with Jenny being taken, and they're just over the hill. He also said the machine that captured Jenny was man-made. Red Shield technology is primitive. I doubt they'd use a machine like that. That's an assumption, Eric. In terms of technology, I don't know what humans are capable of. But if there's one thing I know for sure, it's that humans are complicated. They might not have the most sophisticated technology, but if they have an agenda, they can always force space creatures to use their technology. Am I supposed to feel flattered just because I'm a human? You're no longer an ordinary human. You're a Zelok citizen and the up-and-coming leader of the Yellow Shield tribe. You might liberate this universe for a change. Eric rolled his eyes. I just wanted to find my sister. That's all I can think of right now. That's why I suggest going to the Red Shield. Do you remember a bunch of Grace look-alike robots and the Red Shield camp? They didn't look very sophisticated. We can get in to see if they have Jenny. I think that's where Cooper would go. Eric nodded. All right, but we won't attack directly, and only the two of us will go. I won't take Yellow Shield soldiers there. Of course not. If we take soldiers, I want real fighters, not liabilities, she said. What exactly are you saying? No offense, Eric, but the soldiers in your tribe have no training. The Yellow Shields are peaceful people. And that's good when you live in peaceful times. But this is not that time. Eric shrugged. From the corner of her eye, Dina saw a shadow creeping away from behind a rock. It's heard us, she said, and flew toward the space creature. It was the scorpion with spider legs. The size of the creature didn't stop Dina from pounding on it. After taking a few of Dina's punches, it dropped a small item from its belly to the ground. Some of its legs were broken, but it tried to retreat on the ones it had remaining. Dina picked up the item from the ground. In her palm was a small knife she had made for Cooper. It wasn't a simple knife, but a knife whose blade was coated with the most exotic poison in the cosmos. Cooper would never have left that knife behind. She turned around to look at the creature. This is Cooper's, she said. Did you hurt him? The creature tried to scramble away, but couldn't move quickly because some of its broken legs dangled and tangled with the unbroken ones. I asked if you hurt Cooper. She remembered the electronic notepad Cooper had left behind, saying he was sorry about Jenny and wouldn't stop searching until he found her. Was that the last she would ever hear from him? What if he was lying in a ditch in Zelok somewhere, waiting for her to rescue him? Where did you take him? Did you eat him? She jumped on the creature, stabbing it again and again with the very knife she had given Cooper. Eric yanked her off the pile of what used to be a space creature. You've killed it 1,000 times over, Dina. That's enough. Calm down. She pulled herself out of its grip and charged at the dead animal again. Cooper is a smart guy. He wouldn't die that easily. Look at yourself. Even if Cooper is dead, he'll come back to life to be angry at you. I don't need to look at myself. I know what I look like. No, you don't. He grabbed her and pulled her toward a puddle of muddy water. Look, he pointed. She looked down at her reflection in the water. She saw a face she didn't recognize. Pale skin laced with bloody veins, huge dark black eyes. She was unfamiliar with that look, but she knew it was the evil part of her. She withdrew from the water and its reflection. Eric pulled her into his arms, holding her tight, and whispered into her ear, Don't be scared. I've seen it before. It's not you, but it seems to take control of you when you lose control of your emotion. If you don't control yourself, it will kill you and those around you. I don't know anything at all about the angel business, so that's not the best explanation I can come up with. No matter what causes this, I need you to trust me, and know I'll be right next to you." He kissed her cheek. "Shael told me my evil aunt possessed me and put a curse on me before she died. The evil will come out when I'm weak. But I didn't know it was triggered by emotions, too." "Now you know." "My biological profile suggests I don't have human emotions." "Well, apparently you have them. But that doesn't make you weak." "I have feelings for you, but I think it's merely a positive chemical reaction. I want to love you the way you love me. But how will that work out if loving you makes me vulnerable to the evil inside me?" Eric stared at her for a moment. She could see in his eyes that he didn't have an answer for her. She stood and patted his shoulder lightly. "Let's go find Cooper and Jenny." Chapter 5. Madeline's jaw dropped as Kieran, looking magnificent in a leather jacket, zoomed up on a giant motorbike to the sidewalk, where she stood waiting. She didn't know what sort of bike it was, but the sight of him riding it set her hormones into frenzy. Kieran took his helmet off, grinned, and handed Madeline a helmet. "Would you like to go for a ride, First Counselor?" "Do you have a license?" "No, but I can't be fined." "Because you're king of Udays, or because you're no longer a citizen here?" "Neither. If they want to give me a fine, they'll have to catch me first." She was about to hop on the bike when she saw a white van parked across the street. She felt a shiver at the back of her neck. "What is it, Madeline?" "Huh?" "You look like you had a sensation. Another vision?" She shook her head. She'd told him before that she hadn't had a precognition, but she knew him too well. He hadn't believed her then, and he had asked the same question again to try to make her slip with an inconsistency. Her lies would never be consistent, because she didn't have a poker face and was downright untalented when it came to lying. But she had received some strange signals from the white van, and then an odd sensation from a flashback she didn't want to remember. She was confused. The flashback became stronger by the second, bringing a sense of nostalgia and sweet memories. She was in trouble. Kieran wasn't a psychic, but he could see right through her, especially when she was in emotional turmoil. She scanned the street again, looking for the white van. The van was an immediate matter at hand and potentially a danger. She wasn't going to spend a drop of her energy on a silly flashback right now. She squinted, trying to peek into the mind of the occupant of the van who had sent her the signal. Buzzing noises. "The white van across the street," she said. "I'm getting a strange feeling about it." Kieran didn't look in the van's direction, and he kept a neutral expression in his face. "Something supernatural?" he asked. She shook her head. "I'm not sure. I haven't had this sensation before. I'm pretty sure the signal from the van is aiming straight at us. Someone was hoping we would catch it, but I don't know what kind of signal it is." Then from the corner of her eye, she saw a shadow of her past, someone she thought she would never see again, walking along the street. "Madeline!" Kieran called out. "Huh?" "Did you see something else other than the van?" "No, nothing." Except that person, she thought. She was sure it had nothing to do with the situation at hand, and especially nothing to do with the van waiting for them across the street, so she brushed the thought away. She blinked and saw Kieran's striking gray eyes paused on her face a fraction longer than usual. Damn! He'd caught her. He was way too smart for her to lie to. Just after they'd gotten married, he had told her all his secrets, including the unflattering ones. She had done the same, but she'd held one back. This one. Damn it! She couldn't now go back on her word and say she had forgotten to mention it. Why had she held it back? Damn it, damn it. She couldn't think straight right now. A girl was entitled to a few secrets. Maybe. But not Kieran's girl. And she wasn't just a girl. She was his wife, and the first counselor in his Seifel committee. Madeline. Huh? Are you okay? No. Yes. I just couldn't get the signal from that van. He nodded. Don't worry about it. Let's go. She grabbed the helmet and hopped onto the bike. And as she did so, she took a quick peek into Kieran's mind to see what he was thinking. As she expected, her signal bounced back empty. He had figured out a way to block her from reading his mind. She sighed. Everyone was entitled to their privacy, and she shouldn't have even attempted it in the first place. Kieran drove slowly, checking his rear-view mirror to see if the van followed them. It did. Kieran accelerated, slowed down, then accelerated again. He drove around the block. The white van followed them wherever he went. If you're going to spy on someone, be a little bit more subtle, idiots, Kieran muttered. Do you feel the gun in my side pocket? Madeline slid her hand under Kieran's jacket and touched the gun. Yes. That gun is just a normal gun. We'll use it if the situation calls for it. It's not safe for us to show off our supernatural capabilities in the middle of New York, so refrain from turning on your Ude key. That'll also prevent someone from prying information from us. So you want us to not only live here like humans, but behave like them too? We can try to behave like humans, but I doubt we can ever be like them again. Kieran suddenly slowed down, forcing the white van driver to slam on his brakes and veer around them. When the van drove past, they saw a woman sitting in the front passenger seat. In contrast to the rundown van, the woman was stunning, with long dark hair, emerald eyes, an elegant royal face. She smiled and nodded at Kieran and Madeline. Then she turned to the driver and said something to him. The next thing they knew, the van accelerated and zoomed off into the distance, vanishing into the polluted air of New York City. Did you get that? Kieran asked. Yes. You shouldn't have expected any less of me. Madeline smiled and slid the signal gun back into his pocket. I aim for the bottom of the car so that no one will see the signal system and know they're being tagged. He smiled at her in the reflective mirror. Thanks. As she sat on the motorcycle, her body pressed against his back, she could feel him chuckle. The vibration of his joy was contagious, and it sang through her body. Red traffic light. Kieran stopped. And then, right in front of her, the shadow of her past walked across the street with a flow of pedestrians. Other pedestrians pale as his image sparked and floated into halo light. She hoped it was just a vision, but it wasn't. After all these years, he looked just the same. She slammed the helmet visor down and looked away. Chapter 6. Arete frowned at the jar on the table. He couldn't believe he was looking at the primer for interworld mutation, the golden formula any creature would kill for. His centuries-long business dealing with Asana had proven its worth after all. He smiled to himself and leaned back in a chair in the corner of the small, dark dungeon in Zeelock. He really shouldn't call it a dungeon. For his business partner, Asana, it was a sacred place of medical and ritual practice. Regardless of whether he liked it or not, he needed Asana to perform his part well for them both to succeed. There was a slight noise, and Asana stepped out from a small side doorway.
"Hold it together,"
Arate told himself to stop from laughing out loud when he saw Asana's eyes, his irises swimming with what looked like worms. Having survived the multiverse for a few hundred years, he should have known better than to let mere kids like Cooper and Jenny kick him down the well of second chances. Arate frowned.
What was the name of the well?
Recently, his memories had been deteriorating rapidly. He hardly remembered the names of any creatures or locations anymore. That was the curse of being immortal, he figured. Arate shrugged inwardly. It would work out best for him. Those who drank the water in the well became official, shady citizens of Zelok, the heart of the amalgam world, and the land of the multiversal outlaws. Previously, Asana had kept switching between the amalgam world and the material world, and at times he thought Asana would backstab him and take both. But now Asana had no choice but to compete in the amalgam world, leaving Arate the freedom to do whatever he wanted. Arate pasted a smile on his face.
"Are you well?"
he asked.
"As well as you would expect. You look happy."
He pointed his chin toward the jar.
"Especially now that you know I have completed the primer." "How do I know if it works?" "You don't. You could test it on other creatures, but I made only one dose. I know the formula and can replicate it, of course, but I'm too busy. Now it's your turn to do your part." "You don't have to worry about that. I told you I'd take care of the material world. I always hold up my end of the business." "Really? Who did your contractors capture instead of Eric Bonneville?" "Look, that was a mistake. I didn't know they were that clueless. I gave them clear instructions. But it happened in Zelok, and you know earthly creatures are at a disadvantage in Zelok." "Yes, I know. They are blind as bats here. But what I don't understand is why you didn't use interworld mercenaries, as you promised me. I could have done it myself, if I could help it." "That's the problem. You couldn't help it." Arate kicked the chair back and stood up. "Don't point your finger at me. Eric Bonneville is your problem. If you're shitting yourself because he'll be kicking your ass in the amalgam world, then get your act together. We're getting too close to the date to afford any mistakes. If there's going to be a fight, then get ready for it. It's better to fight the devil you know. The Yellow Shields chose Eric for a reason. If we kill him, and they replace him with someone else, you will be the one to cop the heat. Not me." Arate grabbed the primer jar and turned to leave. "Are you sure Eric is the only problem I have to deal with?" Arate smirked. "He's the problem I know of." "What about the girl?" "Which girl? Eric's sister? I told you that was a mistake. When my intelligence in the Daemon Gate caught her last name, it sent a signal that confused my people. They thought Cooper was Eric Bonneville. A stupid assumption from Earth mercenaries. But why would they run to the Daemon Gate and declare their names anyway? Was that after they kicked you down the well?" "What?" "You heard me. Why did you chase Jenny and Cooper instead of Eric and the other girl, whatever her name is?" "I ran into them by accident. I didn't chase them." "Is that right? Okay, my guys didn't take Jenny. I don't know who did, but I don't have her. Regarding the other girl, my intelligence suggests that she is Udasian and working for Kieran LeBlanc. He has zillions of minions working for him. She shouldn't be a concern.
Are you sure?
Well, no, but anyone and anything to do with Eric Bonneville is an amalgam world problem. Your problem. I have my own shit to take care of. I'll help you this time in exchange for this primer. Otherwise, you're on your own.
He raised the jar.
What's in this exactly?
Now Asana smirked.
Mekoa, the mind that grows in Zilak. The poisonous flower?
Don't worry. Although you're an asshole, I still need you. So I'm not going to poison you. But you need to know that one has to die first before mutation becomes possible.
Well, I'll make sure not to use it unless absolutely necessary. If we get dark solar, there will be no need for this.
Asana nodded. Let's hope for that. As soon as Arate stepped outside the zone encircling Asana's residence and into the shadow of a dimensional shifting rock, he looked around to ensure Asana hadn't followed or sent any creatures after him. Then he opened his palm, revealing a small, shiny talisman. He pressed lightly on the middle of the talisman and waited until it glowed. The voice of the old underworld minor god asked,
Do I need to restrict your calls to 3?
No, this isn't the underworld, and it's not a fairy tale either. This is called communication. We're on a mission together. The more we communicate, the better chance we have of achieving what we want. I think we might have a problem with the magical world, the one you're in charge of.
There are many problems with the magical world, and I am not in charge of all of them. Regarding this particular mission, you want me to kill the angel couple. I will do just that. I haven't encountered an issue.
I need you to make sure there's nothing wrong at your end.
I just told you everything is fine.
Do you have someone who can handle the amalgam world?
Maybe. What's wrong with Asana?
I think he's on to something.
You're both always on to something. A coalition of bad guys. What do you expect?
Arate looked at the jar of primer.
Asana is an expert in poison, isn't he?
Yes, so what's your point?
I think he's trying to send a mutation potion to the underworld. Your area.
Why?
Well, do you remember a series of explosions in the underworld jails?
Yes, those packages were sent from Udays. That's one of the reasons I agreed to help you, because you take on Udays.
You're mistaken. The packages were sent by Asana. I will defeat Udays and Kieran LeBlanc. Let me assure you of that. But Asana will always want to take over all worlds. And the underworld is where he tests his mutation potions. He needs an army and slaves, resources he doesn't have at hand.
Is that right?
It might be speculation on my part, but you can check the records of your jail explosions. If you find traces of poison, there is no more I'll have to say. You might know that by reputation. Udasians don't do poison.
Silence.
Why didn't you mention this before? I thought you were allies.
We're friends until I suspect he's playing tricks on me.
All right. I'll look into it, and we'll send you someone I think is suitable to replace Asana.
Thank you.
Arate slid the talisman into his pocket and took a last look at the jar of potion. Then he crouched and poured the liquid into a little tree at the side of the road. The tree shrank, faded in color, and crumbled to the ground, turning into a worm-filled liquid substance. He shook his head.
It isn't mutating into anything, is it, Asana? You must think I'm an idiot.
He stood and walked away. A moment later, the puddle formed into the shape of a long string, then turned into a snake and slithered away. Chapter 7. Charmian returned to her humble quarters, a small hut in the middle of the traveler's land. The term traveler's land might bring terror to many creatures, but for her it was home. Travelers of the multiverse had earned many bad names. She didn't know much about the tribe because she had left them a long time ago and had never received a proper education from her mentor. Some called them drifters, and some gypsies of the multiverse. They moved from one place to another, and nobody knew their origin. She didn't even know what the term gypsy meant, but she could tell some senior members of the tribe got upset when the name was used to describe them. One thing she knew for sure, the origin of her tribe was elusive, as was their future. She didn't have any hope that her husband Shael would be able to find her here. The traveler's land was harder than Zelok to find, and even more difficult to navigate through. She sat down at a small table, tracing her fingers over a small woven piece of fabric, one that was supposed to be wrapped around her daughter. Feeling that tears would come, she pushed the fabric away. She refused to believe this was the only reality she had now. There had to be a solution, and once more she would fight her way out of here. Then she sensed the familiar presence of her husband. There was nothing more in this universe she longed for at the moment. She rushed toward the door, scrambling over the furniture, some baskets with wildflowers near the door, and a pile of firewood. This was not the first time she had done this. She'd repeated this action many times, and every single time she had been disappointed. But without Shael and her daughter, her world didn't make much sense. So she continued to dream and hope and scramble toward the door whenever she heard a noise. She yanked the door open, and he was in front of her. The magnificent angel of light stood before her at the door of her humble little hut in the middle of the traveler's land. She didn't know what to say, and neither did he. It had been days, and she thought this moment would never happen. He pulled her into his arms. They held each other for a long time, listening to each other's heartbeats. This was the first time since they'd been married by the lake that she'd realized she had to treasure every moment they had together, because they never knew what would happen the next day. She looked up into his face, twirling a long lock of his sandy hair around her finger. He smiled at her. He was calm and steady, always. She was born a traveler, and she traveled constantly. When she'd found him, she thought he would be her constant, so that she could stop traveling. It was so ironic what had happened.
"You're real,"
she said, and smiled at him.
"More real than ever. I didn't think I would be able to find you here."
"I know you'd never give up."
He held her hand.
"Come with me," he said. "Let's get out of here."
"I promised the leader."
"I spoke to him. He'll let you leave."
"What did you promise him?"
"I'll tell you later."
"No, Shael. It's been thousands of years, and they have never broken the tradition. What did you promise?"
He smiled and brushed a stray hair from her forehead. I promised him a home."
A home? You promised the travelers a home?
He nodded. "It's a very special home that I can provide. And most importantly, he agreed." She nodded. Then he looked into her eyes. "What's wrong, Charmine?"
I've lost our daughter.
"No, you didn't."
I don't understand. You haven't even asked if we have a boy or a girl. You haven't even asked where our baby is."
"It's a long story, but I met our daughter in the future, so I know we have a daughter, and she is supposed to be alive until her adulthood."
In the future?
"Yes, I used this." He pointed to the bracelet he was wearing. She had an identical one, and she knew what it was. She had been planning to use it for her escape if Shael hadn't found her. She nodded.
Yes, I know we can travel across dimensions and the world with it.
"The girl who was thrown into the rock when she tried to help you during the hilltop fight was our daughter."
She was?
She wiped a tear that rolled down her face.
I was pregnant, and she tried to touch me.
"Yes, that's exactly why it happened. You're not supposed to come in contact with yourself when time traveling. I figured that out after you gave birth and your tribe took you away. I asked a lot of people before coming to that conclusion. Then I visited our daughter."
She was fine?
She wiped away more tears. "Yes, she was fine, and she will be fine."
So you're saying whoever has taken our daughter won't harm her?
"I don't know. I just know that we're not supposed to change the events of the past that affect the future. So I assume if we don't influence anything now, and we let things happen in their natural order, then our daughter should be alive and well until her future happens."
Are you sure?
Shael shook his head. "No, but that's the best we can do right now. We have to keep this information from Erete, Asana, and their people. I don't know if they have anything to do with our daughter, but if they want to harm us in any way, they might use her as leverage."
What's her name?
"Dina Greenwoods." More tears rolled down her face, and she wiped them off.
That's a nice name. She was nice. And so vicious the way she flies.
She chuckled.
Just like you.
"That was when she flew with her weaponry wings. You should see her now. Magnificent with her real wings."
Is she going to be an angel?
"I doubt she would want that. Let's talk about that later. We should leave now."
Where to?
"I'm taking you back to the House of Gods."
But you said you don't trust everyone in the House of Gods.
"I can protect everyone, all my subjects. But after what happened in the last few weeks, I know for sure that I cannot protect you. Until I put Asana and Erete into their places, I don't want you to be in danger. And the House of Gods is the safest place right now."
Can I visit our daughter?
"I think we should minimize interaction until things settle." She nodded. They heard a squeaking sound coming from their bracelets. They looked at them and saw a red dot flashing on a shiny square surface. The dot flashed again. Next to it were the letters REC. The lights flashed a few more times and then went out. Nothing else happened after that.
What was that?
She asked. "It's quiet now. It should be okay. Let's go," said Shael. Charmine frowned. She had seen those dots before, but couldn't recall when it was. so she let the thought go. Chapter 8. Madeline stepped down from the motorbike. She peeled off her helmet, giving it back to Kieran. "I will never ever ride with you again, Kieran." Kieran grinned. "Only my little brother is afraid of speed." "That wasn't just speed. It was ridiculously, insanely suicidal speed. I have no intention of dying today. We have children to take care of, Kieran, and don't try to be cute. Even that signature grin of yours won't save you." "I'm sorry, First Counselor." "No, you're not. But I'll deal with that later. It's on the record." She slapped his shoulder lightly. "My bad," he said, and grinned again. She tilted her chin at a charming white townhouse at the end of a street in a quiet suburban area just outside New York. "Nice place." "Indeed. I've been here a couple of times. It's nicer inside," Kieran said as he stepped down from the motorbike. "You said Diane teaches Aikido at home. This doesn't look like a martial arts studio." Kieran chuckled. "Well, it's larger inside." He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, guiding her to the door. Suddenly, a wave of buzzing noise hit her mind. This wasn't one of her usual psychic episodes. In fact, it felt as if something was sucking her brain out. The pain was sharp and sudden, and it made her gasp out loud. For a brief second, she felt empty. She glanced around, unsettled. "Are you okay?" "Huh?" "You seem disoriented." "I'm just a bit dizzy." "Let's get you inside." Kieran slid his arm around her waist to guide her toward the house. At the door, he pressed the doorbell. They waited. For a while, there was no movement inside. "Are you sure she's home?" "My chip suggests that she is." "Your chip? You tagged her? Is there anyone you don't tag, Kieran?" "I don't tag strangers, or those I don't care about." He frowned and looked at his wrist unit. "The data suggests she's here right now." He tilted his head and looked inside the house via a gap in the window. "We've got to get in. Are you sensing anything unusual, Madeline?" She shook her head. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed. There was no response from Diana's phone. Kieran tucked the phone away. Madeline knew he was agitated, and she wanted to help. So she opened her psychic mind and scanned around to see if she could get any signal at all. But nothing seemed to work. Her mind scanner bounced back empty. She tried for a second time. The same results occurred. Kieran spun around and swung a kick at the door handle. The handle broke, and he pushed his way in. "I'm sorry, Diana. There's no gentle way to go about this. I don't know how to pick locks." They walked into the wide corridor of a warm and welcoming home. Everything was quiet. Too quiet for Madeline's liking. The sofa in the living room stared blankly at them. A vase with fresh flowers was positioned in the middle of the coffee table. On top of the marble fireplace, there was a small framed picture of Diana, Jenny, Eric, and a man in his 60s. She pointed at the man in the picture. "Is it Eric's father?" Kieran glanced at the picture. "Yes, but Diana hardly mentioned the man. Eric has never spoken about him. The only person warm to him is Jenny." They searched around the house, but they found nothing. Kieran looked at his wrist unit again. "The signal for my chip is totally off now. I can't call Diana's phone anymore." Madeline squinted her nose. "Perfume." "What?" "I can smell perfume." "Yes, indeed. The scent is very subtle. Diana doesn't wear perfume. It's not her style.
Madeline nodded. It smells expensive. She must have had a rich visitor.
Let's go, Madeline.
Where to?
The explosion site. Diana was on the phone with Eric, and then his father came on. Then there was the explosion. When I called him, he said the explosion was at his studio, and that Diana was fine. I didn't put 2 and 2 together because my chip on Diana's phone didn't flag a red code. Now I can't call his number anymore. They had been on the highway for 10 minutes when Kieran made a sudden U-turn. She has to be in the house, he said, and accelerated. In no time, they were back in Diana's house again. Kieran walked back and forth. Then his eyes landed on a faint mark on the hallway wall. That wasn't here before. It looked as if someone had carried a hard object down the hall and scratched the wall with it. He followed the mark and rushed down to the studio. The rectangular room was surrounded by white walls covered with Japanese artwork. The decor was so elegant, it was hard to believe this was a martial arts studio. You sense anything yet, Madeline? She shook her head, but she knew Kieran believed there was something here. He wasn't psychic, but his natural instincts were strong. He traced his fingers along a wooden bar, and there he found a lever. As soon as he pulled it, a panel in the wall slid open. He rushed in. Madeline felt death there, but not with her psychic mind. There was the tangible stench of blood. They hurried down to a basement, where they saw Diana laying face down in a pool of her own blood. Kieran threw himself to the floor, picking Diana's lifeless body up and clutching her in his arms. Madeline could see the pain in his eyes, and his shoulders shook with rage. She didn't know much about the relationship between Diane, Eric, and Kieran, but she had heard once that Kieran considered Diana his second mother. She's still warm. It must have happened after we left.
You're saying she was here the whole time, Kieran?
Yes.
Why didn't I sense anything? He put Diana down and looked at her.
You were distracted.
By what?
I don't know, but I hope you'll tell me one day.
Are you blaming me for this?
Why would you think that?
I don't know. Kieran.
She approached him and held his shoulders. He shrugged out of her grip and pulled out his phone. I'm calling LeBlanc security. We need people on this. His eyes were as cold as steel, and she could see the terrifying pain he suffered deep down when people he cared for were harmed. A sharp signal flashed through her mind. She gasped.
I've got a signal, Kieran.
He turned, looked her in the eye, and waited.
The last thing Diana thought before she died was, Eric, forgive them, son.
He nodded and turned away.
Kieran, did you hear me?
Yes. She wanted Eric to forgive whoever killed her. He gazed into her eyes, but she never asked me to forgive the cowards that shot at her back. He turned and walked out the door. Chapter 9. Arete sauntered into the long, dark, and smoky corridor of the underworld dungeon to visit the minor god of the underworld he partnered with. He'd forgotten the god's name. Again. He had reminded himself to memorize it, but he forgot it every single time. He looked around and found a quiet corner. Before the minor god entered the hall, Arete pulled out the tablet he had with him and did a quick search through his notes. There it was. Zecheron was the name of the underworld deity he was dealing with. Zecheron preferred to be called a god, but Arete knew he was nowhere near that caliber. He had no rank, and he was the disgrace of all those with rank in the underworld. He was always seeking to move up the ladder. Arete knew Zecheron would never get anywhere, but his motivation served Arate's purpose well, so we went along on the ride with the power-hungry deity. Zecheron. He muttered the name a couple of times in an attempt to memorize it. The minor deity stepped into the hall, accompanied by an elaborate backdrop of smoke, light effects, and servants. Zecheron called it his
ceremonies.
Arete rolled his eyes inwardly. If one had to resort to such elaborate methods to impress and to prove one's credentials, it definitely said something about one's character. Zecheron settled on a throne-like chair, positioned at the top of a raised platform. Arete swallowed hard to avoid rolling his eyes again, because if he kept doing that, his eyes might accidentally do it for real. He shuddered when he visualized that.
"What can I do for you?"
Zecheron said in a trying-to-be-royal tone.
"We just spoke."
"Using your magical talisman? Yes, we did talk. But I have something to show you now. It's called technology, and I don't think your talisman can handle it."
"All right, but be quick. I'm busy."
Arete nearly rolled his eyes, but he stopped himself. He switched on an electronic pad and played a record of the dialogue between Shael and Charmine. Zecheron's jaw dropped.
"Did you lock them inside that thing?"
"No, my dear god Zecheron. This is called a recording. In lay terms, I'd say we captured their voice. That's what this technology can give us. They didn't know my technology could hack into the device they were wearing. That technology is 50 years old, in Earth time, that is. So, although it does help them travel across dimensions and worlds, it's vulnerable to hacking."
Arete looked at Zecheron's face and sighed.
"Zecheron, all I'm saying is that Shael and Charmine, the angel couple you're supposed to kill, remember, they—"
Yes, I remember."
Zecheron waved his hand in frustration.
"The technology says that the angel couple has a daughter in the material world, and you think I can use the daughter as leverage to kill the parents, right?"
Although Arete didn't like the way Zecheron dragged out and put a sarcastic emphasis on the word technology, he had to admit that the god's mind wasn't as rotten as his looks.
"I would hope so. I just want to collaborate and make your job as easy as possible."
"Well, you know her name is Dina, right? Wouldn't it be simpler to just kill her than to make a trip down here?"
"Oh, no. It's not about me. It's about you, Zecheron. I have no use for Dina's death, but you could use the daughter's death to make the parents vulnerable. I know you're not scared of them, but they are angels. I know nothing about the angel business, but as far as I'm concerned, we want to gain as much advantage as possible."
Zecheron nodded. Arete almost giggled from delight. Dina had killed the giant Rolex. There was no way in hell he would pick a fight direct with her. Not in a million years. He cleared his throat.
"I know you are powerful, and your resources are limited. But you shouldn't have to spend much if you don't have to, right? Dina is just an ordinary Elos citizen. Her life isn't worth much to us. But it would cost the parents a great deal to know their daughter died in the hands of the mighty underworld god, wouldn't it? They're angels. They have their pride."
Yes, I hear you. There's no need for a long speech. I don't need an education from you about what I can and can't do."
"So, what are you saying, Zecheron?"
"I'll consider this."
"There is no time to plan, Zecheron. You heard the recording. Please consider taking this opportunity. To get back to the House of Gods from the Traveler's Land, Shael and Charmine have to cross the transitional zone of the multiverse. You know that area. It belongs to no one. And thus no one claims authority there, and no one will be responsible for any death or crime committed in that area.
When will they be there?
Soon.
All right, I'll get my fighters. I have to kill Dina first and bring the news to her parents. Do you know where she is at the moment?
She's in Zelok, and I know precisely where she'll be. But I have to warn you in advance. She's with Eric. The guy is supposed to handle the amalgam world, so he is powerful.
What's his talent?
I don't know, but I can help lure Dina away from him. I have a few tricks up my sleeve.
All right, let's hear them.
Zecheron gestured toward a stone table. Arete delightedly pulled out some equipment and approached the table for a serious discussion. Chapter 10. As they walked into the lavish entrance of the LeBlanc, New York headquarters, Madeline shuffled through her memories to find an occasion when Kieran had mentioned Eric's family and found none. She had never heard of Eric before this trip, and every day that went by she uncovered new things. She just wished she didn't have to learn new information via tragic events. Kieran had left an anonymous tip with the police about Diana. When he watched the news on his private screen as the police entered the house and discovered the body, she saw what she had never seen in him before: regret. He had lost so many people he cared about in several battles, some for good causes, and some just to defend himself and his people. But those he had lost had been prepared to fight with him and make sacrifices. Diana was a trained fighter, yet she fought for peace and was an innocent bystander in the multiversal war. Normally, Madeline just used her psychic ability to poke around, but it dawned on her now that she might lose her talent. She wasn't sure what was happening, but after a few of the buzzing noise episodes, her mind seemed empty. There was no need, however, to alarm Kieran now. Her psychic ability was the only reason he had brought her on this mission, so it would be best she kept quiet. Adam Gardner, the current acting CEO, rushed in as soon as the steel door of the meeting room slid open. Kieran sat at the end of the long meeting table. Madeline sat next to him. She knew Kieran had arranged their seating positions for a reason. By the time Adam had walked from the door and around the long table to reach Kieran for a handshake, Kieran had already made a full evaluation of him, his ability, capability, and most importantly, whether he was trustworthy. That was why Kieran was lethal in his business. He was actively involved. When he let go, he missed things, and one of those things was Lindsay's betrayal. Kieran could tolerate almost anything, but he had a very poor tolerance for betrayal. "Mr. LeBlanc." Adam reached his hand out for a handshake. "Kieran." "Yeah, Kieran. I'm so sorry about Lindsay. I'll make all the necessary arrangements for his family." "So you haven't yet made the arrangements? When did they hear about his passing?" 2 days ago. Look, I'm so sorry, but Lindsay didn't have plans for a successor, so there were a lot of details to handle when the accident happened." "Indeed. I wouldn't think he planned for his death." Kieran's eyes were as cold as steel, and he was wearing his signature unfathomable look. Adam had no way to tell what Kieran was thinking, but Madeline knew her husband too well. She didn't need her psychic ability to help her. She knew Kieran was trying to evaluate whether Lindsay had betrayed him or had been blackmailed by a force in the multiverse.
When did you start, Adam?
3 days ago. And I'm qualified. I can show you.
No need to prove yourself to me. What have you done regarding Lindsay's family, apart from offering condolences and money?
Well, that's all so far. But if you want us to do something more,
I'll need to use Lindsay's security team.
We recruited a new team yesterday.
Under whose order?
No one's, Kieran. Lindsay's team dismissed themselves after hearing the news about his death. There was nothing we could do. We had to get a new team assembled yesterday.
All right. Do you understand that Lindsay's team used to run several special ops for my family?
Of course. That's why they were a designated team. 'Cause I didn't have exact information about what they did. I recruited them based on standard procedure.
Kieran nodded. I'll need their files and credentials in my computer system right away. And I'll need to see the team leader.
Yes, Kieran. Adam pulled out his electronic pad and typed in his commands. The files are in your system now. And we got lucky. The team leader is on his way in right now.
Adam looked toward the door as it slid open.
There, Madeline observed her crisis walk in, as if in slow motion. She hadn't foreseen this at all. Not only that, she was very sure that right now her psychic ability was dead. She couldn't even concentrate enough to consider whether it was a temporary loss or permanent. This is Jet, Adam said. As Jet approached and took Kieran's hand, his eyes zeroed in on her. Jet who? The words came out of her mouth before she could edit them. He turned and looked at her. He still looked the same after all this time. Exceptionally tall, masculine face, striking blue eyes, and a quirky smile.
Just Jet.
She looked at Kieran and saw he had caught the connection. She wouldn't have expected less of him.
Kieran, may I have a word with you?
She said and strode toward the door. Outside the room, she turned and looked at him.
I dated him briefly in college. My first year. Just so you know.
She cleared her throat and looked down. Kieran tilted her chin up and rubbed his thumb over the dimple on her left cheek.
You were young, and you dated a guy in college. That's hardly breaking news, Madeline. Why are you so worried?
Because I didn't tell you before.
Well, everyone is entitled to their privacy.
We agreed there would be no secrets between us, Kieran. But we were young, and we committed a crime. We took the hit and went down for it. That was why I didn't tell you. It looks as if he has a new life now, so I'd appreciate you not looking into his past.
Kieran's eyes grew intense for a brief second, then returned to their normal, unfathomable look.
Now that's something more than just an ordinary college date. And yes, I'll take your word that he is a new person now, and we can trust he'll do the job he signed up for.
Thank you. Now that was stupid, she thought.
She had just thanked Kieran for leaving her ex-boyfriend alone. But as much as she felt like an idiot right now, there wasn't anything she could do about it. The fundamental rule of their marriage was that there would be no secrets between them. It wasn't that she hadn't honored their promise to each other for the most part, but she knew there was something she had not ironed out, even though she didn't really know what it was that she was withholding. She could see disaster coming her way like a train at full speed. She didn't know how to stop it, or even jump out of the way. Chapter 11. Madeline was totally uncomfortable about Jet escorting them to the site of Eric's father's house, but she guessed their time was limited, and Kieran didn't have many options. Kieran was meeting with Adam regarding some of the critical aspects of the LeBlanc business, which according to Kieran had nothing to do with Uday's. She took the opportunity to take a walk down the street. She wanted to buy him a pair of beautiful leather gloves. It dawned on her that they had never had a chance to be a normal couple. They had met due to unfortunate circumstances and hadn't even dated before they got married. And then there was this. There were always important calls they had to respond to, things that were a matter of life and death to humankind and all that. Before she knew it, they'd had children and had ended up in space. Well, it wasn't exactly that cut and dried. She shuddered, thinking about how many times Kieran had almost died in front of her, and vice versa. Their lives were stuffed with one mission after another. While Kieran had always managed to sneak in a few little surprises here and there, she had actually never done anything for him as a girlfriend. What could she possibly buy for a man who already had everything? So she was pleased that she had come up with the idea of gloves to cover his beautiful, long-fingered hands that were always freezing because he never remembered gloves. He loved to handle computers and any technology and was quite hands-on. He thought gloves on and gloves off would slow him down too much and would never buy them for himself. "There you are," she said, and smiled at the boutique on the corner. She had frequently visited there when she worked as a journalist. Handmade clothing from a tailor was a concept she assumed had become extinct a long time ago. She didn't know how the tailor sustained his business, let alone— "Oh, Madeleine!" the tailor exclaimed, interrupting her thoughts. "Long time no see. Look at you. You look like a princess." She smiled at Bob, his hair now almost completely gray and his voice dripping with a heavy Italian accent. She hugged him. He had always treated her like a daughter. She was his princess. "Don't tell me something happened to your red leather jacket." She had lost it in the fight through the Damon Gate. It had been a life-and-death battle for her, and she was lucky to be alive. But all that didn't matter to Bob. All he knew was that the jacket he made for her hadn't survived. Seeing the look on her face, he nodded. All right, my little princess. That is okay. I'll make you another one." "How are you, Bob?" "Good. I'm a very good." He turned her around. "You've lost some weight." She rolled her eyes inwardly. That just wasn't possible. She'd had 2 kids, and her home robot in Uday's followed her every morning, threatening to scan her body and report her body mass index. She had never read the report, but she was quite sure weight loss wasn't part of it. "Let's make it the black leather this time. I've just had one of the most beautiful leathers just imported from my homeland." "Bob?"
"Yes, dear?"
"I'm here not for me. I'd like to use that beautiful leather of yours to make a pair of gloves for my husband."
"Not a problem at all. He will be so pleased with the quality of leather. Now, I might need some measurements." "Wait, did you say husband?" She grinned.
"Yes, I did."
"Oh, my darling, congratulations. I am so happy for you."
The doorbell sang lightly, and the customer pushed in. Bob paused and looked. Then a smile brightened his face.
"Oh, dear. I should have guessed. You were both so close. You're a perfect couple."
She turned around and saw Jet standing at the door. "Excuse me," she said to Bob, and rushed toward the door, pushing Jet outside. "What are you doing here?" she asked.
"You're LeBlanc's lady now, but I didn't think you owned the shop."
"What we had was the past."
"And a beautiful one it was."
She stared at him. "You don't blame me for what happened, do you?"
"No."
He held her shoulders.
"I've never thought twice about that decision. But what I didn't expect was how much it pained me when I figured out I could never see you again. It was worse than death.
You're a bigger man than that, Jet. You've rebuilt your life. You're now working for one of the largest conglomerates in the world. He smiled.
Thank you for the reminder, Lady LeBlanc.
I know the reality of it hurts, but you'll have to deal with it, Jet. Not only am I married to Kieran, I have a family and important matters to tend to.
Understood. I'm not saying anything to try to intrude on your life. In fact, I didn't plan to see you again. She nodded. I told Kieran about us.
I was sure you would.
Well, you understand, right?
Sure. She nodded. So how are you? What's your life like?
Well, since we haven't talked for such a long time, it's really not that new. I spent most of my time in Asia and have just recently moved back to the States.
Where in Asia?
Well, not China, if that's what you're thinking. He grinned. I operated my business mostly in Vietnam and Cambodia. And no, you can't ask me what kind of business. I'm finished with it, though. So I was on a break in New York. It's such a trick of fate. I heard the LeBlancs were looking for special security ops. I'd always wanted to work for them, so I jumped the chance.
You always wanted to work for the LeBlancs? But you were so laid back in the day.
He put on his brilliant smile again. People change.
Sure.
How's Joe? She couldn't possibly tell him that Joe, their mutual best friend, was now Cyphal 4 and managing a Udasian district of a multi-million citizens. She cleared her throat.
She's fine. Just got married and lives in another country. She works for the LeBlancs, too. You know, special ops. She wouldn't be able to reveal her location or contact you.
I understand. She's married, huh?
Not only do people change, Jet, they move on.
He nodded. Understood. He gazed into her eyes and held the eye contact for so long it made her uncomfortable. You haven't changed much.
I have.
He reached his hand up and rubbed his thumb over the dimple on her left cheek. That hasn't changed.
Hey!
She pushed his hand away. Madeline! She turned around and saw Kieran approaching. Her psychic ability wasn't working right now, and she really didn't think his unfathomable look would help at all, but it was all she had to go on at the moment. She turned toward Jet and saw him smiling warm-heartedly at her. Chapter 12. Madeline walked by Kieran's side, but it seemed like there were oceans between them. She couldn't read his mind, and he didn't give her anything to go on. They were entering a small but exclusive apartment where Lindsay's family lived. Jet and his security team had gone ahead to clear the area before they arrived. Jet came back to the living area where Kieran stood waiting. Kieran had still not said anything. He would normally ask her if she could sense anything with her psychic ability, but it was off now, so she stood there feeling useless. Adam entered the living area, looking as pale as a sheet. Still, Kieran said nothing. There's no sign of them. We haven't received a ransom note, but that might come later, Jet said. Lindsay was on private business in England for the LeBlancs. The next thing we know, he was dead in an accident, and his private security team walked. Now his widow and their daughter are missing. I don't think this has anything to do with official business, Adam said, looking straight into Kieran's eyes. It took guts to be CEO of the LeBlanc business, Madeline thought. Kieran nodded. You're right, Adam. This is a private matter, so I suggest you go back to headquarters. I can send more people. No, I'll contact you when I need you.
Adam nodded. I'll leave the special ops here with you. Please feel free to use them for whatever you need. Kieran nodded. As soon as Adam left, he turned toward Jet. Could you check around the outside of the building, please? See if there are any traces of them. I've already done that. Well, you can never be too careful. As soon as Jet exited the room, Kieran pulled out his personal scanner and turned on his wrist unit. Madeline knew there was nothing Kieran's Udasian technology would miss. The device flashed a blue light, and then data started to stream onto the screen. Kieran frowned. In a short moment he looked at her and said, There's nothing supernatural here. Before he died, Lindsay said they wanted the primer, and he wanted to protect his family. But whoever captured his family wasn't supernatural.
I always thought it was Arete, planning everything for the multiverse hologame he challenged us to,
she said, and tried to will her psychic ability to work again. Nothing happened. Let's go, Kieran said, and took her outside the room. Back in front of the building, Kieran got his motorbike ready. Jet and his team parked their cars right behind him. Kieran pulled something out of his pocket and showed it to Madeline. It was a small jar, but she couldn't tell what was in it. When she approached to take a closer look, he slid it back into his pocket. He grabbed his helmet, but when she reached for hers, he stopped her. No, Madeline. You stay here with Jet. He looked at Jet. Make sure she's safe. No, she started, but before she could let out the second word, Kieran had hopped on his motorbike and zoomed ahead. From the corner of her eye, she saw the white van that had followed them this morning go straight through the red light to give chase to Kieran.
That van stalked us this morning.
She darted toward the car. Come on, Jet. Jet followed Madeline back to the car. Kieran said to stay here. He told me to stay, not you. So you're going to follow him. I'll just sit in the car. Jet hesitated. Well, if you won't do it, I'll drive. Okay, fine. He got into the car and headed in the direction Kieran had gone. In the car, which she was sure was bulletproof, Madeline punched a button to roll the window down. She was amazed she guessed right. Normally, she wouldn't even know which button to press. With her psychic ability gone, she would have to use her eyes and common sense to follow Kieran. Don't do that, Madeline, Jet yelled at her. She pulled out her Udasian laser gun. Watch me. Is that a stun gun? Jet had just referred to Udasia's most advanced weaponry technology as a stun gun. She shrugged and said, Sort of. Well, you can't shoot anyone with a stun gun from inside a car, so I guess you can hang on to that gun if it makes you feel better. But don't brandish it openly. People will see you and call the cops. Fine, she lowered the gun. Jet pushed a button to roll the window up. If people shoot at us, I'm sure they won't be using stun guns. The windows are bulletproof. I promised Kieran I would protect you. No, you didn't. He told you to do so because that's your job. But you signed up with the LeBlanc Corporation, not with me. I can walk faster than you drive. If you don't speed up, I'm going to get out of the car and walk. I can't let you get out. Then drive faster. Jet swallowed some profanity and accelerated. Why can't you call Kieran and ask him what his plan is? First, he's driving. I shouldn't distract him. Second, he won't tell me. He won't tell his wife what he's doing? Madeline glanced at Jet and saw a flash of genuine concern on his face. She said nothing. She couldn't possibly tell Jet that she and Kieran were no longer normal humans, and that they had been to numerous battles before in worse situations. At critical moments, Kieran never communicated his plans over technological devices. He had learned a very expensive lesson on his way to the throne in Udays. In a short while they were outside New York, where the roads were quieter. She asked Jet to close the distance. As soon as they turned into a quiet industrial area, she saw Kieran stop his motorbike and wait. The lane curved a bit and was crowded with containers and barrels, so Kieran couldn't see them from his vantage point. The white van approached and stopped. Kieran walked toward it in the open field. What if they shoot at him? She shuddered at the thought. Yes, they had Yudki, the most precious source of power in the cosmos. But they had never had time to master it. The only thing she knew for sure was that if they had their Yudki on, they had superpowers. But at the same time, if they were hit at a critical point, it would be fatal. If they had their Yudki turned off, they would be just like humans, but their Yudki would heal almost all injuries. Sometimes she thought that the decision of having the Yudki on or off depended on the chance of their winning a fight. She didn't have her Yudki on because Kieran had asked her to keep it off to avoid being tracked. She concentrated and turned her power on. She could feel the power rushing through her veins and triggering all her senses. But she still couldn't find her psychic ability. Yudki and the silver blood were supposed to enhance natural talent, but for her now, turning the energy on only amplified her senses. From the van, a group of 4 people stepped out. The elegant woman they had seen that morning in the passenger seat headed the group. The men walked behind her. Kieran smiled at the woman, the smile he'd killed so many women with, and that was only counting those Madeline knew of. One of the men trailing behind mumbled, "Are you sure that's the Udasian guy?"
No, but I wouldn't let that much money slip away, even if it meant shooting the wrong man.
He discreetly pulled out a gun. If Kieran didn't have his Yudki on, there would be no way he could have heard their conversation. She turned and could tell Jet was concerned. He wouldn't have been able to hear what the men said, but he could see even from this distance that a goon had pulled a gun and was standing where Kieran couldn't see him. Chapter 13. Jet pulled out his phone to call Kieran, despite his inner voice telling him to do otherwise. His few years of training in the Special Forces should have served him better than this. Madeline said, "Don't! It's too late, and it will only distract him." Then she charged out of her hiding position, running like the wind and leaving him behind, embarrassed. He ground his teeth and ran after her. When they closed the distance, Jet realized Kieran still had not seen the gunman. But he did see Madeline running toward him, brandishing her gun. Come on, Jet thought. If Kieran had any combat training at all, he wouldn't pull his gun out now because he would be slower than his opponents. He had to pretend he didn't see Madeline. Kieran did just that. He ignored her and instead smiled at the woman in the group. Jet had to give it to him. How could a filthy rich guy, polished from head to toe, be so agile and seem sharp as hell in a critical combat situation? "Stop!" Madeline yelled. "Oh, fuck!" Jet cursed out loud as he knew the consequences of her action. The group approaching Kieran stopped and turned around, looking at her. When they turned their backs on him, Kieran pulled out his gun. He gunned down 2 of the men in front, and the third one grabbed the woman and charged away. The 2 gunmen at the back turned and fired at Madeline. She shot back and gunned one down. She was fast, but not fast enough. The last gunman already had a bullet leaving his gun muzzle and heading in her direction. Once more, Jet had to act against his inner voice, which was cursing his stupidity right now. He pushed Madeline aside and copped the bullet for her. He heard another shot and was certain Kieran had put down the last man. Jet was lying face down, feeling the impact of the bullet. Madeline flipped him over. There he saw tears in her eyes, the same tears she had shed years ago when he took the fall in a fatal college incident. He knew she was innocent, but all the evidence back then had pointed to the contrary.
Jet!
He groaned.
What were you doing, you idiot?
I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. He winced and grabbed his shoulder. It'll only be a bruise.
You don't wear a vest on your head.
I'd never stick my head out to stop a bullet. Not even for you, Madeline. So don't worry. You don't owe me anything. Kieran approached. What are you doing here? I told you to keep her safe. You're fired. Jet stood up. Isn't that what I just did? I copped the bullet that was supposed to be yours. You're reckless, Kieran. Excuse me? I guess nobody has ever told you the truth because you pay them. Well, here's some breaking news for you. If you want to play it cool in front of those gangsters, then fine. That's your business. But you almost got your wife killed. I have no idea how she can run so fast and shoot with that stun gun of hers, but the bastard pulled his gun out. You would have taken that bullet if not for her yelling. You and she are not supposed to be here. You told her to stay. She didn't go after you. She got into the car and ordered me to go after you. If I didn't do it, she'd have driven herself. Do you think that would have been a safe option? Do you think this is a joke, Jet? Kieran growled.
That's enough, you two. Kieran, if you have a plan, you have to tell me. You have a security team hired for you, so let's use their services.
I don't need them to tail me.
The tail just saved my ass, Kieran.
All right, let's just cool down. You didn't look like you had time to tell anyone your plans. But you do have time now, and if you trust me, tell me what you've got, said Jet. Kieran hesitated. Jet understood a man of Kieran's caliber wouldn't trust just anyone. In front of the apartment, Jet said, you flashed a small jar, and they chased you for it. You don't have to tell me what the jar is, but people will be back to get it. We need to prepare for that. Your way, of course. Kieran nodded. All right, here's plan B. Before he died, Lindsay said someone was after a jar of potion in his apartment. They took his family, and that means they didn't find the potion. You don't know what the potion is? The LeBlancs are in the pharmaceutical business after all, Jet said. Yes, but I no longer operate the business. Right. So what was the jar you had in front of the apartment? Jet asked. Kieran continued. Cologne that I took from the bathroom in the apartment. You've got to be kidding me, Jet muttered. Now what, Kieran? Madeline asked. We have to go to see Eric's father. He didn't cooperate on the phone, so I have to talk to him in person. Who's Eric's father? What's his background? Are we getting in another fight? Because if we do, I'll need you both to wear bulletproof vests.
No, we're good,
Madeline said. You won't be when the bullets hit you. Okay, we'll put them on when we get there, Kieran said, and turned as if walking toward his motorbike.
No, Kieran, we're going in the car, Madeline said.
All right, he muttered and walked toward the car. I'll drive. Are you sure? It's a military-grade car. Yes, Jet. I can drive anything with wheels and an engine. All right. I see you both have some sort of laser gun. I'd be happy to arrange real guns for you if you need them. Are you sure we won't be involved in another shootout? Kieran chuckled. No, we're more than happy with our primitive weapons. I'm not sure if there will be another fight, but if the situation goes awry, it's your top priority to keep Madeline safe, Jet.
I'm not an invalid,
said Madeline. Jet smiled. Even if I have to go against her will? Kieran nodded. Yes, even if you have to use force. I'd rather she be injured than dead.
Hey,
Madeline protested, but Kieran kissed her on the cheek to stop her words of protest. We want to finish this quickly and go home to the children, don't we? Kieran said. Then in front of Jet's astonished eyes, Madeline smiled and nodded to Kieran as if she'd never protested before. How did he do that? Jet asked himself as he followed Kieran and Madeline to the car and sat like a meek dog in the back seat. Chapter 14. Kieran rushed through the broken front door into the open reception area of the art studio and ran down a corridor ruined by fire and explosion. The building seemed to have been evacuated. His background check on Eric's father started to make sense. Quinn managed a large stage production company that regularly toured the world about 30 years ago. Their last tour to a highland city in Vietnam coincided with an explosion and fire at the TRISUN Group. TRISUN was a solar energy business and had nothing to do with the theater business. But TRISUN liquidated after the incident, and so did Quinn's company. Kieran hadn't been sure about the connection before, but the more he thought about the timing of Quinn's renewed contact with his family after so many years of coldness and no communication, the more uneasy he became. The two incidents had barely registered on any official Earth records. If Kieran hadn't used his connection to the multiversal databank, he wouldn't have a bit of this information. What had been revealed was uncanny. But he was afraid they were too late to fix anything. After all, what he did know had been illegally obtained from the database. He had to make sure he was on the right track before he stuck his neck out and did any further investigation. He had underestimated the scale of this incident. He'd sent Eric and Dina to the multiverse to deal with Zelok because he thought it would be best for him to deal with Erate here. But this might be something totally different, something more earthly than he thought. He was losing his advantage. His supernatural connections didn't seem to be of much help right now.
That was a massive explosion,
Madeline said. While that was blatantly obvious, he knew it was her way of letting him know, while Jet was in the room, that her psychic ability was still at rest, and she was getting nothing more than the ordinary visual. Jet didn't seem to pay attention to what Madeline said. He looked around. The authorities have been through this, and it was ruled an accidental gas explosion, Jet commented.
Are you thinking there was perhaps another reason?
Madeline asked. Jet nodded. I have some expertise in my line of business. This looks like a gas explosion, but I'm sure it wasn't. As for the exact cause, I'll have to dig around a bit to be able to say. Then feel free to look around, Kieran said. Who's that? Jet shouted and darted to a corner of the room where a panel of a wall moved. Kieran followed, gun drawn, pushing Madeline behind him at the same time. Jet kicked down the wall, and then they could see it wasn't a wall at all, but a sliding door to an adjacent room. In a corner of the room stood a man in his 60s. He raised his hands when he saw the trio enter, their guns aimed at him. "Who are you?" Jet asked.
"Quinn,"
Kieran muttered, and lowered his gun.
"Eric's father."
"Yeah, that's me. You're Kieran? We talked on the phone. How did you find me? The number doesn't register at this address."
"I have my sources," Kieran said.
Perfume,
Madeline said.
"What?"
Jet asked. Madeline was right. Kieran recognized the expensive scent they smelled at Diana's place.
"You shot Diana,"
Kieran said, and raised his gun.
"What? Shot? When? No. Is she dead?"
Quinn teared up and was obviously confused. He stepped sideways, as if to get something.
"Stay still. Don't move or I'll shoot you,"
Jet said.
"Is she dead?"
Quinn asked.
"Yes. Shot in the back. What kind of coward would do that?"
Kieran's eyes reddened.
"I just talked to her the other day,"
Quinn said.
"Who was the woman with you now?"
Kieran asked.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"The same woman was at Diana's house. If it wasn't you, then the woman is the one who killed Diana."
"No, she wouldn't do that."
"Oh, so you do know who I'm talking about. Who is she? If she didn't do it, she won't mind having a chat with me,"
Kieran asked.
"Who are you, Kieran? Apart from being Eric's friend?"
"You don't need to know."
"I do. Because if you are Eric's friend, and you don't have another agenda, it's not worth risking your life for this."
Kieran's eyes darkened.
"I'm a friend of your children, second son of your ex-wife. I know the family you long abandoned. Now if you don't tell me who the fuck that woman is, I'm going to dig the information out. There's nothing on this earth that I can't find out."
Before Quinn could answer, they heard a crash upstairs.
"Jet, watch him. If he makes a move, shoot him. Madeline, please stay here and stand behind Jet,"
Kieran said, and ran up the stairs. Chapter 15. The second floor of the building was dark and quiet. Kieran scanned the area with his ordinary human eyes. He saw nothing unusual. He didn't have Madeline with him, and her psychic ability wasn't working anyway. His instincts told him to go back downstairs, as he was at too much of a disadvantage in this darkness, unless he switched on his Yud key. The image of Diana dead in his arms washed over him like a tidal wave. She had been the last advocate for peace, the last hope he hung on to. Whenever his wild, violent instinct hit him, he thought about her. That kept him calm and collected. It helped him think about the multiverse and the human race in a more positive light. The thought of her made him feel there was still hope for peaceful solutions in the cosmos. He had avoided making contact with her to keep her out of any trouble he faced. Now that peaceful corner of his mind was destroyed. He could feel the rage coming back to him. He switched on his Yud key. The supernatural energy flowed through his system instantly. His senses were ultra-sensitive now, and he could hear a stream of uneven breathing behind one of the wall panels. He approached with lightning speed and kicked down the panel. The shadow jumped toward him. Seeing the flash of a blade, he sidestepped, grabbed the attacker's knife hand, and twisted. He made a swift move and heard a grunt and the sound of the knife penetrating flesh. Warm blood spurted onto his hand. A body flopped to the ground. He left it. He knew there were more people because the scent of perfume still hovered in the air, and even though he had just killed a man, he could still hear the ragged sound of breathing. Then he heard scuffling and struggling sounds downstairs. He heard Madeline cry out, and Jet was shouting at someone, asking the opponent to drop his weapon. It sounded as if there was more than one male voice speaking at the same time, but none of them was Quinn's. Listening to the sound downstairs was a mistake, a short moment of distraction his instincts would normally prevent. The next thing Kieran knew, he took a kick to his abdomen and fell backward. A large male stormed out from the darkness, following the kick, by jumping and landing his knee in Kieran's chest. Normally, Kieran would simply swivel and kick the man away, but his fatal Yudki point was on the left side of his chest. The man followed his knee with a punch. Kieran had enough time to block it from hitting his fatal point, but the man's fist had still landed close to the spot. He was dazed. It felt as if his chest was going to explode. He knew he couldn't take another punch. In a blurred moment, with only a fraction of a second to think, he decided to take a gamble. He dropped his hands limply to the floor, pretending he had passed out from the pain. It worked. The man stopped punching. He picked Kieran up by the collar and thrust him toward a wall panel. The panel slid open, and the woman he had seen in the white van and almost shot at that afternoon walked out. Something in her eyes looked so familiar, but he was still too dazed to think clearly. Perhaps he hadn't needed to pretend to pass out. His body wanted to collapse to the floor right now. He had underestimated the effect of having his Yudki on. He hadn't realized it was such a weak point, and it was a significant trade-off. If he survived this, the first thing he would do when he got back to Udays was make some type of protective gear to shield the fatal points of all those who had silver blood Yudki. Even in the dark, the shape of the woman was exquisite and elegant. She was the epitome of beauty. She must have been incredibly beautiful when she was younger, because even now she was still overwhelmingly attractive.
"Who are you?"
she asked, as she slid her hand into his pocket and pulled out the jar. She glanced at it, and then with a strong French accent, "Cologne?" "I believe so." The man who was holding Kieran raised his other hand in a fist and was about to punch him in the face. The woman interrupted.
"Don't hurt him. He's useless."
Kieran tried to listen for anything going on downstairs, but didn't hear anything. The woman asked again,
"Who are you?"
"And who are you?"
"I don't mean you any harm. I followed you because you called Quinn, and we tracked the signal. Then you went into the apartment where the jar of potion was kept."
"Which potion? Did you kill Lindsay's family? Did you kill Diana?"
"No, I didn't kill anyone. And I can't tell you about the potion."
"Then I can't tell you who I am."
"I can find out who you are. But I simply don't have time for that right now. If you're a friend of Eric, tell him bad people are coming for him."
"For what?"
"When the time comes, he will know."
Kieran shrugged out of the man's grip and quickly felt the muzzle of a gun against his temple.
"I don't know who you are, but judging by the resources you can pull in a short period of time, I can tell you are a man of power. If you are Eric's friend, as Quinn said you are, tell Eric to think about what's at stake. Think about the bigger picture. If you want more information, it is downstairs."
The woman raised a hand and signaled. The man let go of Kieran and pushed him away, sending him stumbling to the floor. The man and woman then vanished behind a wall panel. Kieran scrambled up from the floor. He tried to work his way downstairs. Every step felt to him like moving a mountain. He didn't know how long this dazed effect was going to take to pass. He wanted to get downstairs quickly to see what was happening and to be sure Madeline was okay. But his body wasn't cooperating. He would just have to take it one step at a time. Chapter 16. The pungent stench of blood reached his nose before Kieran hit the bottom step. He rushed down the remaining stairs and stormed into the room. In the far corner, Quinn's body and the bodies of 2 unknown men, riddled with bullet holes, lie crumpled on the floor. In another corner of the room, Madeline sat on the floor with Jet. He raced over.
Were you hit?
The bullet just scraped my arm. Jet got one in the arm and one in the leg. Are you hurt, Kieran? You don't look good.
This isn't my blood.
But you are hurt.
She stared into his eyes. He shook his head slightly, silently telling her not to ask. He didn't want to advertise in front of Jet the fact his body had been nearly paralyzed by the hit upstairs.
Try to rest your injury,
he told her, looking into her eyes until she got the hint to turn on her Ude key to start his healing process. She nodded.
Can you hang for a bit, Jet? I'll take you to the hospital.
Sure, I can wait, but there's no need for me to go to the hospital. I have my own people. They can patch me up. Kieran went over to the other corner to look at the bodies.
They came out of nowhere,
Madeline said. He crouched next to Quinn and gently closed the man's eyes. Then he looked over at the bodies of the other men.
Madeline, take a look at this.
She came over. When she stood next to him, he stood up, raised his gun, and pointed it at Jet. Jet scrambled up and stood leaning against the wall.
One wrong move, and I'll savage your head, Jet.
What are you doing, Kieran?
Madeline asked.
Who are you really, Jet?
He locked his eyes on Jet, making sure he didn't make any sudden movements. He disliked nasty surprises.
I'm your security guy. Indeed you were. And if you meant to kill me, I would have been dead. But I won't give you the chance to make that call again.
Madeline touched his elbow slightly.
What are you talking about, Kieran? 2 guys came out from behind the wall. I told them to put their guns down, but they didn't listen. They gave Quinn a gun as well. That made it 3 of them and 2 of us. Then they started shooting.
Who fired first?
That man.
Madeline pointed at the man in the far corner.
He hit Jet's arm.
Kieran smiled.
How lucky was that, Jet?
Very.
They had to open fire first to give you every reason to shoot in front of Madeline. Then she wouldn't suspect you. You wanted to keep her safe, so you bent down, pretending you were hurt, attracting the bullet to your leg, and thus keeping it away from Madeline. In the meantime, you returned the shot, killing the man who opened fire. The kill shot was right in his temple. The next bullet was one to the head of the man who shot your leg. Those shots came too fast for them to react. Then the third shot was to your main target. That's a very good story, Jet said.
That's speculation, Kieran,
Madeline said.
The 3 kill shots happened so fast that they got hit, but were still standing. You sprayed bullets everywhere to create chaos. If I check the laser marks from Madeline's gun, it'll show she barely hit anything. And if I check Quinn's gun, I'll find that he didn't fire a single shot. I don't know what you're talking about. The whole thing was pure chaos, Jet exclaimed. I promised Madeline I wouldn't look into your past. But to clear yourself of this situation, I'll need to scan you."
Kieran flipped out a screen from his wrist unit.
"Scan me? Under what authority?" "The authority that gives me the right to kill you right now, and nobody would miss you or even find a trace of you."
"Kieran, you promised me," Madeline said.
"And I kept my promise. I didn't look into his past. But he will give me the scan." He held his wrist out. "It's a fast scan, and I promise it won't hurt. Unless you have something to hide." "What if I refuse to scan?" "Then you'll have to take my bullet." He lifted his gun higher. "But unlike these dead guys, I won't miss."
"Kieran, everyone has something to hide. This isn't fair," Madeline said.
"Diana never approved of violence. What did she do to deserve him shooting her in the back?" "I didn't do it," Kieran continued. "If you don't want to scan, fine. Tell me who you're working for and what they want, and then I'll let you go." "I work for you, don't I?" "Don't try my temper." "Look, Kieran shot Jet's already injured leg. "The next one won't be in your leg." As Jet grunted from the hit, Madeline charged over, standing in front of him.
"He might be hiding something, Kieran," she said. "But he didn't kill Quinn in front of me, as you suggest. I would like you to give him a chance to leave."
"Madeline, he can't just kill people without consequence," Jet exclaimed.
"He can. Trust me, Jet. So if you have anything to say to save your life, say it now."
"I didn't do it."
"You heard him, Kieran."
"I don't like pointing a gun at you, Madeline. Come over here with me." "You think I'm going to take her hostage? I may not be noble, but I never shoot women in the back or use them as human shields. Madeline, please step aside."
"You don't know him, Jet. If I don't interfere, you will be dead."
"If he thinks he's God, then let him kill me." Jet started to walk away. Kieran fired into the wall in front of him. "I said don't move. So if you didn't do it, tell me who did, and I'll let you leave here alive." Jet stared at him. "I don't sell people out." He turned to leave, and Kieran's finger strained at the trigger.
"No, Kieran. I'm asking you to let him leave. Give him one chance. Please."
"No."
"I'm asking as your wife. I owe him my life. Twice."
"I am saying no as the top authority of you days. I'm asking you to consider your request as first counselor, Madeline."
"This has nothing to do with you days."
"Yes, it does. And if he gives me the scan data, I'll prove it."
"Let him leave. My request stands. I'm asking as your first counselor, too."
He lowered his gun. "As first counselor, you do have that privilege, Madeline. Are you willing to use it on him?" She looked at him, and a tear rolled down her face. She knew what he would say and do next.
"I have to take him out of here. If he leaves by himself, you're only one button away from finishing him."
"You know me well, Madeline." She wiped the tears from her face and took Jet's uninjured arm to support him.
"Let's go."
"If you walk out of here, Madeline, you are walking out on me, on our family, and on your official responsibilities."
I'll take Jet to safety, and then I'll return to you, Kieran.
No, Madeline. You asked me to let him leave here alive, so I will. But if you walk out of here with him, that will be the end of everything.
Kieran!
I'll leave alone. Jet limped toward the door. She looked at her husband.
He won't survive until tomorrow morning, will he?
Kieran saw the pain in her eyes and was sorry he had caused it. I don't have an answer for you right now, Madeline. She nodded, wiped her tears, and walked out the door. Chapter 17. Kieran slid down to the floor next to the dead bodies. His energy was leaving him in waves. He couldn't turn his supernatural power on to heal his body because he had been attacked close to his fatal point when he had his energy on. He'd have to heal himself naturally using his human power, which had been reduced to almost nothing. His condition was deteriorating rapidly, and if he did nothing, he would soon be dead. For the first time in his life, he felt the powerlessness and hopelessness of being human. But in this human form, he still had to follow through with the plan. People's lives depended on it. He adjusted some functions on his wrist unit, sending off the necessary commands. Then he disconnected with his networks. He didn't want to get caught with the dead bodies, so he stood up and worked his way along the wall to exit the room. He saw the car parked outside. Madeline hadn't let Jet take it, but he didn't have enough energy to drive. As the cold breeze blasted at his body, he zipped up his jacket and followed a dark alley, heading toward a light at the end. He glanced at his wrist unit, which was flashing an alarming red light, telling him about his deteriorating condition and warning him that he didn't have much longer before his body ceased to function. It was giving him a countdown. Being Udasian sucked as well. The system treated creatures and bodies as inanimate objects, like cars, and Udki was like gas. No gas, and the car stopped working. Kieran felt the urge to chuckle, but was too weak to do so. The system clearly wasn't measuring his emotional energy, which at the moment was causing images of tomorrow's New York Times' headlines reading "Mysterious Billionaire Kieran LeBlanc Found Dead in Dark Alley" to flash through his mind. It would be a tragedy to his family, but to the computer system, it would be just another piece of data from Earth's news to be added to the databank of the multiverse. New York's LeBlanc headquarters wasn't his turf. The new CEO was in no shape to help him handle any private business. London was a long flight away. He couldn't call Uday Central and ask them to send commanders to rescue him, because he was more than sure his signal would be intercepted. Arate and his allies were stronger than Kieran had given them credit for. And now, here on Earth, there may be new and unknown enemies. He didn't know which was worse, the known army of multiversal enemies or the unknown earthly enemies. He could call the Daemon Gate and other multiversal allies he had on his side. Sticking with the enemies he knew would likely be the safer choice. But in his last moment of clarity, Kieran chose to remain human and not engage supernatural forces. Just before his legs started to give out on him, he saw the subway and the flashing lights of the oncoming train. He didn't know how he got onto the platform and onto the train, but the next thing he knew, he was flopping down on a bench on the train. He closed his eyes briefly. Then he opened them suddenly. Did I pass out? He didn't know how long it had been since he had first sat down and closed his eyes. He had no idea where the train was going, but he knew he shouldn't be there. He got off the train at the next stop. He reeled along the railway terminal and out into a dark tunnel.
He wouldn't last much longer. He didn't know where he was going or what he was doing. He needed help. That much he knew. His knees buckled and his legs gave up. He collapsed next to a dumpster. Before he closed his eyes, he could see the flashing light of another train coming. As the train's movement made the tunnel shudder, his mind started to drift. He shook his head, waking himself up, and turned on his wrist unit. Ignoring the flashing red alarm about his condition, he coded a rescue signal, sending it to his friend, Dina. Then he peeled his wrist unit off and shoved it into his pocket. He couldn't afford to lose it if he got mugged. Sitting on the ground, leaning against a dirty wall next to the dumpster, he stared at the tunnel. It looked so familiar. His mind started drifting away. An image flashed in his head. He remembered now. 7 years ago, while he was mourning Juliet's death, he wandered into this tunnel and ended up saving the life of a little boy. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his subconscious mind had dragged him back here. He saw the shadows of 2 people walking toward him from the darker end of the tunnel. He had been afraid of this, and now here it was. Every moment he made was painful and cumbersome, so he sat still and waited. The 2 men stepped into the dim light of the tunnel. They said something he couldn't hear, but he figured they were asking for money. If they reached into his pocket, they would find the wrist unit that carried the top secrets of Udays. He couldn't afford for that to happen. One man grabbed him and started pulling him up from the ground. Taking advantage of the upward momentum, Kieran pulled his gun and shot the man. As the man in front of him fell to the ground, the second man kicked the gun from his hand. It dropped to the ground and spun away, out of reach. Kieran couldn't stand up much longer, but he tried to remain as upright as possible. The second man was about to lunge at him. He knew the man wouldn't go for the gun, because in doing so, he would have to turn his back on Kieran, and he had no idea what other weapon Kieran might have apart from that gun. From the end of the tunnel, a male voice shouted, "Stop!" The attacker froze and looked in the direction of the voice. A shadow darted toward them. Kieran saw his attacker pull a knife. Unsure whether the person who was trying to help him was aware of that, Kieran shouted, "He has a knife!" The attacker kicked Kieran, sending him backward to the ground, as the shadow of his savior charged over and tackled the man. Kieran crawled toward the gun as the sounds of fighting and struggling echoed behind him. Then someone grabbed his shoulder. He rolled over on the ground and swung his gun upward. "No! No, don't shoot, Kieran!" In front of Kieran was a familiar face. "Who are you?" "Michael Fraser." His mind started to drift again. He closed his eyes and his arms seemed to weigh a ton. He dropped them to the ground. "Come on, man! It's me! We have to get out of here!" Someone shook his shoulders. He remembered that name now. Michael Fraser. The boy he had saved 7 years ago. He muttered, "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in school?"
Lindsay had been checking in on me every week, but last week he didn't. He's never missed a check-in. I knew something had to be wrong with him, and maybe with you. I didn't know what to do, so I came here. Come on, these guys are dead. We gotta go.
"You've been keeping tabs on me?"
Not exactly. I just wanted to make sure you didn't cut off my living allowance. Oh, come on, open your eyes. You gotta walk. I ain't gonna carry you."
"I misunderstood, Lindsay." He was so tired. Michael said something else, but he couldn't hear anymore. Darkness. Chapter 18. Dina descended to the dark alley and released Eric from her wings.
This is the one and only time I rely on your wings to travel via the multiverse teleport, Dina.
She smiled. You might change your mind if you have to choose between me and the public transport. But Kieran's in trouble. Using the official system isn't a good idea.
How do you know it was him? It was an anonymous SOS message.
She gazed into the distance and muttered, Not only was it him, but he was indeed in trouble.
In the dark alleyway in front of her was a young human boy, as beautiful as a vampire she had once seen on one of those screens in Zelok. Well, they were beautiful before they became Zelok zombies. The young man crouched next to someone who lay on the ground. The private wrist unit that Kieran had given her buzzed like a machine gun on automatic discharge. Judging by the map on her screen, the body on the ground was Kieran.
Hey!
She shouted and spread her wings, flying toward the man.
It's too dark, Eric.
He ran on the ground, racing after her, his body glowing like a giant electric candle. The young man, startled, fell backward and raised his hands as if in surrender.
Hey, I didn't do anything. He just passed out. The others had already beat him up when I got here. I just want to help.
Who are you? Eric asked.
Michael.
Kieran.
Dina checked Kieran's pulse. It was weak.
He's totally out of it.
Eric grabbed the young man.
Come on. Let go of me, man. I just want to help Kieran.
How do you know his name? You take his wallet? Dina opened Kieran's shirt. That was always the first thing Madeline did when Kieran was out. A large black and purple bruise spread across his chest. Madeline had never told her anything, but she guessed Kieran had some sort of critical point on his chest. From what she knew about Udasians, they operated on energy sourced from the tower. Kieran's critical point must be on his chest. If he had been attacked there, it would cut off his energy. He had probably underestimated the damage it could cause, and thus hadn't protected it properly. She shook her head. He had learned a big lesson. She pulled out her stack of needles and searched for the correct one. From behind her, the young human was still trying to convince Eric that he was on their side. She knew he was, but she didn't have time to help him now.
There.
She tapped her finger lightly on Kieran's jugular, where she had just given him a little boost to his system. When he was conscious, he would be able to instruct her as to what she should do. Soon he stirred and opened his eyes.
Dina. There you are. Tell me what to do, Kieran.
I like your hair.
You don't have to be polite. It turned white after a fight in Zelok, and I chopped it short with a hunting knife. Kieran, I gave you an energy boost, but it won't last long. Your energy level is alarmingly low.
He smiled at her. She didn't know how he managed that, but he always did. If she had the emotional capability of a human, she would fall for it. I could sleep it off.
Sleep? Do you mean the condition of body and mind in which the nervous system is inactive and consciousness practically suspended? Is that what you've been doing?
He chuckled. Well, not intentionally. When I first came to you days, it happened every 24 hours if my supernatural power decided not to help. That's what it's doing now, refusing to operate my body. She helped Kieran sit up.
See, he's up. You ask him. See if I heard him or not, Michael said.
Kieran, is this brat your son? He killed 2 guys here, Eric exclaimed. He isn't my son, and he isn't a brat. Michael raced over.
Are you okay? You scared the hell out of me.
Kieran stood up. You've grown up, Michael.
He glanced over at the bodies.
I killed them. That's not the story Michael here gave me, Eric said. They wanted to rob me. I couldn't let them get the wrist unit. So I shot one, and Michael handled the other one.
It was self-defense. He had a knife. I didn't have a weapon.
You attacked him when he had a knife, and you had nothing?
Kieran raised his voice.
You did the exact same thing before. Otherwise, I'd have gotten my throat cut, Kieran.
That was 7 years ago.
Michael stared at Kieran.
7 years, 2 months, and 20 days.
Kieran lowered his voice.
I meant I attacked a man with a weapon because I knew I could take him down. I am a
Shotokan karate black belt, 9th Dan.
Eric approached.
So you're licensed to kill. As far as I know, the 9th Dan black belt takes years to achieve. How old are you?
15.
Michael still locked eyes with Kieran.
But I was prepared to get my throat cut when I was 8. And someone told me my life is worth living. And I can make a difference if I get an education and if I try.
What part of that isn't right?
Kieran asked.
I tried, but I need more than money you throw at me. Every month, Lindsay gave me a different excuse. Oh, Kieran is busy. He's in London for a very important meeting. Oh, Kieran is in Asia this month. Oh, yeah, he's in New York now, but he'll be in lockdown meetings all week.
Michael, it might be hard for you to hear, but apart from money, there is nothing else I can guarantee you. The world isn't about you. I have more important matters to tend to, and people's lives depend on it.
Right. So you're saving the world now? Yes, literally.
I refer to your world as Earth, Dina said.
Michael laughed. She's funny.
Then he looked at Dina's face.
You're serious? 'Cause I saw you flying with the wings, and he glowed like a candle. So, you guys are aliens? It wasn't a trick?
Eric rolled his eyes. Kieran reeled and leaned against the wall.
I need a place to crash right now.
What does that mean?
Dina asked.
He needs a bed, a hotel, and off the record so we can stay under the radar, Eric said.
I can use my credit card. It's backed by LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals, so it's unlimited funds. And Lindsay told me my association with the LeBlancs won't be on record.
That should do, Eric said.
Michael approached to help Kieran walk. Kieran shrugged him away and strode ahead. Then he leaned against Dina's shoulder. Michael turned and looked at Eric questioning. Eric approached him and said,
Can you call the cops and leave information about these dead bodies?
Already done. Anonymous tip.
Michael waved his cell phone, then shoved it into his pocket.
Thanks. Just so you know, Kieran isn't mad at you, but Lindsay is dead, and he feels responsible for it. Kind of like the way he feels responsible for the world and humankind. If you take him as your spiritual father, you're in for a hard life. But for now, try to limit discussion of Lindsay in your conversation. That'll help a great deal.
Chapter 19. Madeline sat on a bench beside the sidewalk, waiting for Jet to come out of his friend's small medical clinic. After they left Kieran, Jet had called his associates, and a car picked them up and drove them here. She didn't know this part of New York at all. It was like a different country to her. She wondered how Kieran was doing and whether he had taken the car she left for him. Although her psychic ability wasn't working, she could still feel every vein in her body nearly bursting with anxiety. She promised herself she would hold tight until Jet had patched up his injuries and left for safety. Then she'd call Kieran. He'd understand. It wasn't like they'd never had a fight before. After a short while, she gave in to her anxiety and called Kieran's wrist unit. A red flag and a text appeared on the screen. You no longer have a connection with this unit. Her head started to spin. She couldn't breathe. Madeline! Jet's face loomed over hers. Are you okay?
I can't.
She couldn't find the words. Tears started to fall, and her body began to shake. The screen of the wrist unit stared at her, the red text glaring harshly at her. Jet saw the text and muttered some profanity. She shuffled through her contact list, but every number she tried to call came back with no connection. The screen of the wrist unit, her only connection with Kieran, with Udays, and her children, was as blank as her soul at that moment. She looked at Jet.
I don't understand. I told him I'd come back.
I'm sorry, Madeline. Jet pulled her into his arms and let her cry.
I want to go home. I need to go home.
I'll take you. Tell me where. She stared at him.
I don't know.
She started walking aimlessly. Jet grabbed her elbow and pulled her back. Madeline, you're scaring me. You're stronger than this.
That was when I had nothing to lose, Jet. Now I have a family I treasure, people to take care of. If Kieran doesn't want me anymore, I want my children.
She pushed him away and kept walking. Where are you going?
To LeBlanc headquarters. I don't believe they don't have his number. If he wants to divorce me over this, I at least want access to my children.
Let me take you. She kept walking. Please. She stopped and nodded. Before we head back to LeBlanc headquarters, I want to let you know one thing, he said.
What?
Kieran was right. I killed Quinn.
I don't understand.
Quinn was my target.
Target?
I'm a hitman. Kieran gave a correct account of what I did. She walked back and forth, trying to digest the information.
Did you kill Diana?
No, I told you. I don't shoot in the back, but my associate did. And I didn't lie about that. I didn't kill Diana. She was collateral damage. Collateral damage? I'm an assassin, Madeline. I kill for a living. The fact that your husband knew precisely what I did suggests that he's killed before. She slapped him across the face.
Kieran has never killed for a living. What he does is fundamentally different from what you do.
Jet rubbed at his face. I told you I'm not noble. I don't do anything for the greater good. But I care about you. This is bigger than you think, and I don't want you to get tangled up in the middle of it. You are my selfish little problem.
Is Kieran on your hit list?
No. If he was, he would have been dead by now.
Did you plan all this?
Our reunion? The incident in the house? No, I just got lucky. I know your hit list must be long and extensive, and you won't give me any specifics. But is there anyone on it I need to worry about? They just cut you out of their lives, didn't they?
Jet!
All right, I'm sorry. No one you should be concerned about. And even if there was, there's nothing you can do about it. I told you, this is a lot bigger than you think.
I have to talk to Kieran.
She strode ahead. You don't have a car. Let me take you.
All right.
A short while later, they parked across the street from the back entrance of a building 3 blocks away from the LeBlanc's New York headquarters.
How did you know the CEO parked his car here?
I know his routines. Part of the job I signed up for. Jet chuckled. But he's not on my list, so don't worry. A man-shaped shadow approached the car park. It was Adam, the new CEO of LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals, New York. Madeline approached him.
Adam?
He turned around. Oh, there you are.
I was a bit concerned because your number was disconnected. I didn't know how to contact you. Don't worry, I got the message. Everything has been arranged for you.
What are you talking about?
Your belongings in the hotel. There's not much there. Your previous apartment has always been listed with the LeBlanc's private properties. They've just released it back to you. He gave her a large envelope. The keys and everything else are inside. Also, there are some temporary credit cards and some financial arrangements you can change later. Kieran wanted to make sure you're comfortable.
Did you talk to him?
No, I just got the memo from the executive secretary.
Do you have his number?
No, he contacts us when he needs to. You know how he operates. She was so numb she didn't know what to say. Adam nodded a goodbye and scurried away. She opened the yellow envelope and pulled out a memo of instructions for arrangements to be made for Madeline Rue. Her maiden name, and not even her Udasian origin name. It was the human name she had used before she met Kieran. She felt Jet's hand on her shoulder. Is everything okay? She turned and looked at him, but no words came out of her mouth. Then she turned around, darted toward a corner of the car park, and was violently sick. Chapter 20. Eric, Dina, and Michael stared at Kieran over a coffee table in the sitting area of the hotel suite.
You disassociated with Madeline?
I thought you two were inseparable, Dina said. On Earth, we call it a divorce, Dinah, Eric said. Kieran stood. All right, so I've explained to you why Madeline isn't here. We have work to do. I have some suggestions regarding the primer for Dina. I need to talk to you about your family, Eric, and I need to send Michael back to school.
But I saved your ass last night,
Michael exclaimed. And I would like you to do it again in the future, so I need you to get more training and grow up a little bit more. Then we'll talk.
That's just bullying.
Yes, that's unreasonable, Eric said. The lights flickered, and a wave of electronic static rushed through the room. Something's coming. Don't interact with it. Stand next to me, Michael.
Okay, got it.
A hologram-like image of a man and woman flickered several times and then solidified. Standing in the middle of the room was the magnificent couple, Shael and Charmine. They looked at Dina and smiled at her. The light around them dimmed gradually, and the halo softened. Soon they stood among others in the same space. Wow! Michael gasped, and then snapped his mouth shut when he felt Kieran's hand squeezing his shoulder.
Mother,
Dina said softly, a tear rolling down her cheek. Shael nodded. His angelic eyes softened. I was taking her back to the house of gods, but she insisted on seeing you before she entered the magical realm again. Don't interact yet, everyone. Wait until everything is settled, Kieran said. Everyone stayed where they were.
How did you find me?
Dina asked. Your mother is a traveler of the multiverse. She can sense and track things that I still don't understand, Shael said.
She's a multiversal gypsy. Is that a word?
Michael gasped and got another stare from Kieran, so he withdrew. Kieran spoke gently, but Dina could feel the strain in his voice. You're from the past and another mind dimension. I take it you had assistance crossing multiple time and space dimensions to get here. Charmine smiled.
Yes, Cypher 3 of you days. The one you met at the fight on the hilltop gave us the bracelets that help us travel.
She raised the arm with her bracelet and pointed at Shael with her other hand. Why are they flashing red? Eric asked. They've been doing that for a while, making noise and flashing, but nothing has come of it.
So we figured that was just how they worked, Shael said.
Are they time bombs? Michael asked.
I don't know what that is, young man. Shael smiled again. Can they take the bracelets off? Eric asked.
No, those are dimensional transformation resistance bands. I recognize them. It's Elos technology, Dina said.
Kieran spoke softly. Once they start using the bracelets, they cannot take them off, or they'll die.
We're aware of that, Charmine said. I don't know what a bomb is, but judging by the look on this young man's face, it must be something lethal.
His name is Michael, and yes, bombs are lethal, Eric said.
Why would Cypher 3 want us dead?
Charmine asked. It might not be a bomb. Could you tilt the screens toward me so I can take a look at the signal? Kieran asked. Shael and Charmine did as he asked. Kieran studied the screens, then turned around, looking at the group. Everyone saw the word REC on both of their screens, meaning their dialogue was being recorded. The devices the angels were wearing had been hacked. Kieran signaled everyone to remain silent and said, "That's quite normal." He turned his unit on and typed in commands. He nodded at Dina. She did the same. A beam of blue light strobed from Kieran's wrist unit to Dina's, then bounced to Shael's and Charmine's. Kieran said, "They're jammed. We've got 5 seconds. Shael and Charmine, Dina will take you back to your dimension. I'll insert an alternative program into your device, so it thinks it's listening, but it's not. Tell Dina what has happened since the bracelet started beeping. She'll adjust the program accordingly and keep me posted. Understood?" Everyone nodded. Kieran looked at Dina, and then they both switched off the blue light. Kieran entered new commands into his unit. Dina turned around as Eric embraced her. He kissed her cheek, then her lips, and then let go. Kieran sent off another set of commands. Then he embraced Dina, kissed her cheek lightly, and brought her to where Shael and Charmine were standing. Kieran issued a 3-dimensional print of a bracelet from his wrist unit and gave it to Dina. She looked at him, then turned and looked at Eric. Smiling, she snapped the bracelet on. Together, the trio vanished into another dimension. Eric flopped down on a chair with his head in his hands. Kieran approached him and handed him another bracelet he had just created. "What are my options?" Eric asked. "If you love her, you have one option. Wear the bracelet. The bracelet locks your profile of time and space with hers, so you'll be the same regardless of how long it takes for you to see each other again. But as you can see in the case of Shael and Charmine, it's permanent." Eric took the bracelet, looked at it, and then snapped it on. "I'll take Michael back to his place. Then we need to talk about your family, Eric. It's not good news." Kieran and Eric turned and looked at Michael. "He doesn't look like he's going anywhere, even if you get a bulldozer in here. So whatever you need to tell me, let's hear it. It can't be worse than the fact that I lost my sister in Z-Lock, and Cooper lost his arm in an attack." "What?" "It's a long story, but I saved my Yellow Shield tribe. During the fight, Cooper and Jetty dropped to the side of the mountain. The next thing we knew, Cooper ran back to us, one arm missing, and said that Jenny had been taken by something man-made. Then he left during the night." "So both of them are alive?" "In theory. Cooper left a note, and Dina suspected we would find Jenny and Cooper at the Red Shield camp. But we hadn't yet gotten there when she got your SOS message. So I don't know what to tell my parents about Jenny. All right, I've said my part. What did you want to tell me?" Chapter 21. Dina signaled so that Shael and Charmine stayed behind her.
A short distance ahead was a stone cave wrapped by 2 gigantic stone angel wings.
Why would someone want to live in a place like that? Dina asked.
Asana always wanted to be an angel, Shael said. When we jumped the light hundreds of years ago, he pushed me through the light because he thought I had the best chance to become one.
That was his version of the story, Charmaine said. My version was that he wasn't good enough to be an angel, or he wasn't game enough to jump the light, so he pushed you through.
Dina chuckled and said nothing. Shael continued.
He used to be a good man, but he was blinded by power and poisoned by Arete.
I could call that greed, Father.
The sound of the word father rolling off her tongue was strange, but she liked it.
If it wasn't for that greed, I wouldn't have met your mother.
She smiled.
All right. I promise I won't hurt him for no reason. He's famous for his medicine and poison, Dina. Be careful, Charmaine said.
Dina frowned.
Does he only handle potions, medicines, magic, and sorcery? Or does he deal with technology as well? I mean, things like machinery and computer technology.
Shael shook his head.
I know what you mean by technology. No, I don't think Asana is capable, nor does he have access to technology. But Arete does.
So that means it couldn't be Asana who is spying on us. Arete manipulates the multiversal hologame and challenges every authority in the cosmos. It has to be him.
Shael was worried.
Is he listening now?
No, he's listening to what we want him to hear. Kieran planted a program, and I just added an adjustment to it.
Then she turned around, looking at Shael.
Does this have something to do with aperture jumpers?
I'm not sure, but I know it has something to do with the connection of worlds. I was told something significant will happen in multiple worlds soon, but I don't know what it is.
Do you know when?
Charmaine asked. Shael shook his head.
If Asana had been an ally of Arete for a long time, do you think he'd know?
Dina asked. Shael nodded.
So let's go and ask him to make our trip worthwhile,
Dina said. Shael kicked in the door and entered, followed by Charmaine and Dina. Asana was immersed in his medicine and cooking, paying no attention to the outside of his residence. He almost fell off his chair with surprise when the trio walked in.
Shael, what do you want?
Asana, I see you've changed, said Shael.
People change?
Shael chuckled.
I meant your eyes.
If not for the prick Cooper and his girl, I wouldn't have ended up at the bottom of the well to eat worms and have to live with these eyes. Cooper who? Dina asked. I think his last name is Donovan.
Dina flew over and pounded on the man.
You don't think? His name is Cooper Donovan, and he's my best friend. What did you do to him so that he had to kick you down a well?
Asana fell to the floor and raised his hand, seeking a truce. Dina wouldn't stop hitting him, and Shael had to drag her away.
That's enough, Dina.
What did you give Cooper that made him weak and allowed him to be captured?
Dina shouted at him.
I didn't do it. It was Arete. Arete? He's strong, but Cooper is a lot stronger. What did you give Cooper? She roared. He's lost an arm. Let me cut out your arm so you can see what it feels like.
She grabbed a knife from a nearby table. Asana cried out in fear at Dina's tenacity.
I gave him wolfsbane because I wanted an exchange for the Daemon Gate privilege. You poisoned him with wolfsbane? Dina asked. It's a hallucinogenic agent. I know what it is. But you wanted a Daemon Gate privilege.
What did you have planned with Erite that's so big you need an escape hatch?
I...
She kicked a pot of boiling water over. It poured into a jar of potion and a basket of powder. Chemicals sizzled and bubbled. "Tell me!" she shouted at Asana.
"The triple aperture! That's what it is! Every 500 years, the triple aperture combines the material world, the magical world, and the amalgam world. Whoever jumps the triple aperture will have ultimate power."
"The power of God, of course."
"Do you believe in that?" Shael asked. "I do, but I don't trust Erite. The plan is for us to approach from 3 different worlds and jump together. But I know Erite will prevent us from jumping so he can get it all for himself. That's why I need a new plan."
"So you arranged for the humans to capture Cooper?"
"Erite, of course. He thinks we're stupid. He knows exactly where and when it will happen on Earth, but he'll never tell us. He handles the material world. The other 2 worlds will never have a chance to get close to the location."
"Where on Earth exactly?" Dina asked.
"If I knew, I'd be halfway there already."
Dina nodded, and as Asana turned around, she jabbed a needle into his neck. In a dark dungeon covered by a rusty computer mainframe, Erite was working on his commands. The spying device he had planted underneath Asana's medicine table started broadcasting Asana's voice saying,
"He thinks we're stupid. He knows exactly where and when it will happen on Earth, but he'll never tell us. He handles the material world. The other 2 worlds will never have a chance to get close to the location."
Then there was the sound of chaos and struggle, and the sound of Asana drawing in his last breath echoed in the air.
"My condolences,"
Erite talked to himself. Chapter 22. Jet put the food he had picked up at the nearby market on the table. His apartment was the safest place he could think of for Madeline to stay. But it was a rental he had for only a week. His life was adrift. He was used to it, though, and was quite content with what he did. But the sight of her living in his apartment triggered all the memories and the dreams they had shared. He hadn't revisited those feelings in a long time. His line of work had never given him the luxury. He needed a long-term solution for this. Madeline still lay on the sofa, staring at the wall, as if he didn't exist. He offered the bed, but she wouldn't take it. He crouched next to her on the sofa.
"You can't do this yourself, Madeline. You have to eat. You have to get up. I know it's hard, but that's life. If there's anything I can do to take back what had happened and fix it, I'll do it."
He brushed a strand of stray hair off her forehead. She didn't even bother pushing his hand away like she had before. "Was anything between us real?" she asked.
"You mean what we had in college?"
She nodded.
"I told you that was the only real thing I've had in life. We were happy, remember?"
He sat down on the carpet and leaned against the coffee table.
"Yes, indeed. We were very happy."
"Freya," he said.
"You remember that?"
A tear rolled down her face.
"Of course I do. If we had a daughter, we'd call her Freya."
She laughed a little as another tear rolled down her face.
"What are your children's names?"
"Cadman and Lila."
He nodded.
"They must be beautiful."
"Yes, they are. And way too smart for my liking."
"Kieran will change his mind. You'll see them again. It's your right, Madeline."
She shook her head and wiped away another tear. Jet grabbed his pack from the table, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag.
"We haven't been married for long, but we knew each other well. There have been countless times I pulled things off,
but I don't think I can do it this time.
I made a mistake.
She started to cry. It's my fault. Come on. He squashed out his cigarette and pulled her into his arms. I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do? She shook her head and the tears continued to fall. He didn't know what to do, so he just held her in his arms and rocked her. She cried for a while and then fell asleep. He tucked a blanket around her and went outside. He called his contact. I want out. A staticky, filtered, robotic voice answered him.
You have to at least finish the first part of our agreement.
I'll give you back the money.
It's too late for that. I can't find a replacement quickly enough. We can't afford a mistake.
You can't afford a mistake, but I can. I'll return the money.
How about I send another job toward the bitch sleeping at your place right now?
Don't you dare.
Now you get my point. Obviously, you can't easily replace her with another. So get on and finish the job.
I need more time.
Your target is on the move now. The location has just been sent to you. The faster you get this done, the sooner you'll be free.
Jed mumbled some profanity and returned to the apartment. Madeline was still asleep. He grabbed his jacket and left. Madeline woke up on the sofa. The clock on the wall stared at her. She was unbelievably tired. She sat up and saw the food Jet had left for her on the table. The apartment was plain and in need of decoration. Obviously a rental. Or maybe Jet just lived a simple life. He had always been like that. Madeline shook her head, trying to clear the cloud in her mind. Her psychic ability was not working. She got up from the sofa and put her jacket on. She flipped her wrist unit over and saw a tiny red button she had never before thought to press. She pressed it. A round beam of light appeared. She was scared at first, but then she realized it was just the holocast technology, an exclusive teleport means to which she had access. She wrote a note to Jet. I'm going home to my children. She stood, glanced around the apartment one more time, and stepped into the holocast. Chapter 23. Kieran slammed his foot down on the accelerator and glanced at Eric in the passenger seat. No reaction. When he had first met Eric, they'd gotten into a car chase. Eric had spent the entire time yelling at him and asking him to slow down. But now he just stared out the window. He figured speed was Eric's friend right now. It helped calm his emotions, although Kieran thought Eric had handled things quite well. They had just left the morgue. He had given Eric the news about his parents' death, not anticipating he would want to see their bodies. But he was within his rights to ask, so he went to the police to identify his parents. Since then, Eric had said nothing. Where are we, Michael? Kieran asked. From the back seat, Michael said,
Very close. If we stay at this speed, we'll get to the target very soon.
Michael was holding the tracking screen for the bug Kieran had planted on the white van. The signal had been triggered right after they left the morgue. Great, Kieran said and drove even faster. When we get there, I want you to stay in the car. Got that, Michael?
Sure.
They soon approached an industrial area and entered an abandoned multi-level parking garage. Kieran drove up the ramp slowly, keeping an eye out for the white van. On the third level, there it was, parked on the platform, out in the open. Next to the van stood the elegant woman Kieran had met previously. She appeared to be by herself, but he couldn't be too careful. He stopped the car at a distance. Stay inside the car and duck down, Michael. Michael was about to protest, but seeing the look on Kieran's face, he decided to remain silent and slid to the floor of the car. Eric got out of the passenger side and locked eyes with a woman. He knew she had seen his father before he was killed. He knew they'd had some kind of connection in the past. He knew only what Kieran had told him. But there was more. The woman's eyes glimmered with tears. Eric had his hands shoved in his pockets as he gazed at the woman.
Kieran said you saw my father before he was killed.
And I saw your mother too. I'm sorry about your parents' deaths.
You triggered the signal. How can we help you?
Tears started to stream down the woman's face, and she started to speak in French.
Lady, I don't speak French, Eric said. She said she's sorry, and she didn't know what to do. She loves you, Kieran said.
Excuse me? I don't even know you.
I'm Brigitte. I'm your mother.
That's insane.
Bridget approached.
No, you stay right there. Diana is my mother.
I didn't give birth to you, but you have my son's heart. You have my blood.
What the fuck does that even mean? Bridget approached again.
Please, hear me out.
No.
Bridget, step back, please. He said no,
Kieran said. Bridget continued to approach.
You're the dragon, she said. Dragon heart.
She raised her hand. Kieran didn't see a weapon, but it seemed like a needle had been pumped out and had struck Eric's chest.
I'm sorry, Eric,
said Bridget. Kieran pulled out his gun, but then felt a prick in his neck. He grabbed the needle and pulled it out, but not before his world started to spin. His gun fell to the ground. Bridget pulled out a round pad. She approached Eric, who was already on the ground. Then Kieran heard a roaring engine. From the lower ramp, Jet flew up on his motorbike. While still airborne, he sprayed bullets from his machine gun at Bridget. He landed next to her and snatched the round metal pad she was holding. Before Jet could drive away, a shadow darted past Kieran. Michael slammed a two-legged kick at Jet, sending him backward, rolling on the floor. The machine gun dropped and spun away. Michael pounded on Jet. Kieran tried to stand, but his movements were slow. What Bridget had shot him with might have been just a low dose of sedative, but it was effective. What she'd shot Eric with was something entirely different. Kieran darted over to him, leaving Michael to fight with Jet. Eric wasn't breathing.
Cardiac arrest,
Kieran muttered. He punched Eric's chest.
Come on.
He did it again. No response. He scrambled over to Bridget, who was gasping for air on the floor. He pulled a hairpin from her head and scrambled back to Eric. He jabbed the pin into his chest. Eric gasped and seemed to resume his breathing. Kieran's head jerked up when he remembered that he'd left Michael fighting one of the most lethal assassins in his business.
He'll have another gun, Michael, he warned.
Kieran aimed his gun at Michael and Jet, but it was too late. Jet had pulled his second gun and pointed it at Michael.
Let him go,
Kieran said.
Put your gun down, Kieran.
Kieran obeyed. Jet nodded. I'd formally follow this up with a lethal shot to guarantee my safe getaway. But you've already hurt your wife enough. I don't want to cause any more damage by killing you. Jet jumped on his bike and drove away. Eric sat up groggily. He crawled toward Bridget.
What did my father do to get himself killed?
What about my mother? What did she ever do to you? What about my sister? Why did you want to kill me? Tell me. He shook Bridget, who was gasping out her last breaths. Kieran pulled him away from Bridget.
Give her some space. Let her talk.
Bridget reached out for Eric's hand. He withdrew. He looked as if he would strangle her if he could. "Before your mother died, she wanted you to forgive them, whoever they are," Kieran said. "You're just saying that." "No. Madeline read your mother's last thought."
Please.
Bridget reached her hand out again. Eric reluctantly let her hold his hand.
My husband was one of the founders of the TRISUN. He invented the dragon, but we couldn't go through with the project because others wanted to use the dragon for power. They're evil. He put the dragon into our sun and burned down TRISUN. I asked Quinn to save our son. He just told me now that our son didn't survive. So he put the dragon into you. It's coming, Eric. Don't let it get.
Then she stared blankly into nothingness. Chapter 24. Madeline strode into the familiar grand corridor leading to her chamber in Eudace. The light powered by Eudasian energy shone on the polished metal pathway. It glowed a bit brighter as she walked past and dimmed down where there was no more movement. Screens on the wall came to life as she walked past, flashing welcome messages. She used to think the machine was humanized and friendly, but she was wrong. It was Kieran's design, his way of saying, "You and every organic cell in your body have been scanned and verified by our system." She sighed and turned toward the last door, which led to her children's chamber.
"Madeline, welcome home."
She rolled her eyes. Before her was Robert, their home robot, created in human shape and size. He was a learning machine, and sometimes his sense of humor was too much for her to take.
I'm in a hurry.
"I can report that you are in a negative mood. There is a trace of human sensation affecting your nervous system in a negative way. It is counterproductive."
I don't care, Robert.
"Affirmative. I can also report that your body mass index suggests you have lost weight, and there is a trace of..."
Robert!
"Yes, Madeline."
How many times have I told you I do not like being scanned?
"Yes, but there is a trace."
I don't care. Keep your report to yourself. Or email it to Kieran if that's the way your technology works. She strode ahead.
"Yes, Kieran LeBlanc, Cypher 3, current king of Eudace. You, Madeline Rue, have one remaining privilege."
She whirled around. What did you just say?
"Kieran LeBlanc, Cypher 3.
I know who he is. What did you just call me?
Madeline Rue. Command unconfirmed. Conflicting information. I have to adjust my report."
Jake, Eudace head of intelligence, a very young man for such an important role, rushed out. Madeline, I'm sorry. You were too fast from the terminal. I couldn't catch you. She glared at him and slammed her right palm on the control panel in front of her children's chamber.
"Access denied,"
the computer shouted out. If Kieran is determined to cut off all my access, then why let me come back here?
"You have one remaining privilege as Cypher 1.
Robert approached, the orange light on his forehead flashing. He always flashed that signal when he was confused and about to jam up. Don't jam up, Robert. Kieran isn't here to fix you. What is so confusing that you are glaring orange at me? Kieran and I had a disagreement, and he's cutting me out of his life. That's what humans, or ex-humans, do. So stay a robot. That's the best thing for you. Robert scurried after her with his little wheels. Don't follow me. You're Kieran's robot. You're supposed to take his side.
Bypassing programs,
he said. Now he was flashing a red light. Robert had only done this once before. He skipped over his own programs and operated on a system even Kieran didn't have authority over. On that occasion, he saved their lives. Madeline glanced over Robert's shoulder and saw Jake rushing after her. She said to Robert, "I accept." He immediately turned the red light off.
Madeline, what would you like to take for your privilege? Anything except the power towers and your children.
I can't request access to my children?
I'm afraid not. That's in the instructions. Your children are not only precious, they are wanted by all creatures in a multiverse. It's not safe.
I know. I'll take Robert. She strode away, and Robert spun his wheels hard to keep up with her pace.
Thank you, Madeline. Thank you for trusting me.
Your robot is showing me his middle finger, Madeline, Jake said from behind her.
I taught him that, she said, and continued to walk out of the corridor. A short moment later, she arrived at a temporary station. Robert was handy as he handled all computer-related matter for her. Udasian computer systems didn't like her commands, no matter how much Kieran had tried to adjust them. So, Robert, what do you have that the normal system doesn't?
I am tracking a movement on Earth that pertains to you and Kieran. Based on my calculations, the movement goes against Kieran's interest.
What do you mean?
There is an 80% chance that he is moving toward an accumulated source of cosmic energy. And with his current resources, he will not be able to survive the encounter.
I assumed he had contacted Jake to make arrangements. He always plans ahead. He won't move against any cosmic energy without gathering a galactic amount of ammunition in all shapes and forms available to him.
Based on my information, Kieran has sent only one message, the one about you coming back here and your arrangements. Then he was disconnected with his tower.
He was disconnected, or he disconnected himself?
He was disconnected by his sourced tower.
Now her head started to spin. He had been injured during the fight, which resulted in her leaving him behind. He had to have had his Yud key on when he was injured, and the contact had to be close to his fatal point, so close that it disconnected him from the sourced energy. Yet she came downstairs to play Truth or Dare with Jet. Calm down, she told herself. She had a plan, and she'd stick to it. All right, I'll have some data for you to analyze, Robert.
That's what I am here for.
By the way, what was the trace of something you mentioned before when you scanned me against my will? Robert popped out a small box in his chest and pulled out a piece of paper.
I had the report printed for you. It is in plain English.
She grabbed the report. I am not technologically incompetent.
But you are in denial most of the time when it comes to technology. We robots are important.
I wouldn't hit you if you were human, Robert. But if I do it now, I'll only hurt my hands. I can see you're trying to wink at me. Don't try to play cute. It's not working out well for you. Whatever you are going to score here, I'll not take you to Earth. She glanced at the report.
You aren't serious.
Chapter 25. Arate landed his shiny new vehicle in Zelok. He didn't know what to call it exactly. It was egg-shaped and the size of a horse carriage, but it had a lot more capability than a horse-powered vehicle. Of that much he was sure. He had paid a handsome bit of multiversal currency for it. He sighed, thinking about the amount of money he had invested in this race to power, if any of his efforts would eventuate. The triple aperture and the uniting of the three worlds was just myth, an intriguing myth that had caught his attention. Then his innocent interest turned into an investment. He had to get some kind of return from it. The uphill battle hadn't been easy, but it kept him amused for centuries. It was dangerous sometimes, but he was immortal. What would be the worst scenario for him? Maybe he'd get killed? That wouldn't be the end of the world, would it? He chuckled at the prospect of being dead. He'd tried several times to die. He wasn't sure if it was even possible. He kept coming back to life. He recalled something he'd watched on a screen on Earth a while ago called Groundhog Day. His life was pretty much like that. He pushed a 4-foot-tall, green-skinned minor deity with huge orange eyes forward. His rank was so minor that it might not count as a rank at all. He couldn't believe Zeschron had given him this creature to replace Asana. He didn't know what Zeschron was thinking. He was a minor god of the underworld. Wouldn't he be able to come up with something better than this? Any creature in Zelok could kill this little deity with a mere sneeze. In front of the cave with the stone angel wings, Arate sighed, pointed at the dome and said, "The man was a legend. Show some respect, okay?" The deity looked at him blankly. "Cat got your tongue?" The deity shrugged and proceeded toward the door. Zeschron might be right. Maybe all they needed was a token body in place. When the time came, at the right moment, after they had secured the spot at the three-world merger, they could just kill off the deity. Inside the residence, Arate found a mess. Asana must have put up a good fight before Shael and Charmin killed him. Anyway, Arate didn't mind at all. Zeschron would kill the angel couple. That would be for the best. He pointed at the chair. "Sit." The deity sat. "You will remain here until I say otherwise. In a few days there will be some movement of the land beneath your feet. I want you to hold this talisman and follow the direction it gives you. I will give you more instructions after that." The deity nodded. Then a dart flew through the air, stabbing into his forehead. His eyes rolled back. He fell to the ground, convulsed, died, and evaporated into the air. Arate whirled around and copped another dart. He staggered back and saw Asana walk out from a corner, looking alive and well. "Arate, I thought we were friends." "We were never friends, Asana. You betrayed me. You gave me poison in place of the primer." "No, I gave you the true primer, made of Mekoa. That potion could kill an angel, you know. But it can't kill you because you belong to the material world." "Liar." "I don't need to prove myself to you. What you have now is wolfsbane, the kind that kills creatures from the material world. You included." "I am immortal." "Not with wolfsbane," Asana smiled. Arate slumped to his knees. As he bent down, he pulled a knife and threw it at Asana's forehead. Asana's eyes crossed as he fell to the floor. "Oleander kills amalgam creatures. I'm sure you know that, Asana." Dina, Shael, and Charmin stormed out from the darkness. Arate raised his hands, seeking peace. "I am dying. He already poisoned me." "Damn it, Asana. Do one last good thing before you die. Give me your blood," Dina said. "I'll pray for your soul. My father will put in a good word with—" "Go to hell, Dina." Asana spat out his last words, and then died. Dina turned to Arate, but before she could do anything, he surged up from the ground.
Look out!
Charmine shouted and pushed Shael. Arate threw a knife, and it grazed Charmine's shoulder. The knife dropped to the floor, and the poison on the blade sizzled.
Mekoa!
Dina grunted and darted at Arate. He stood up straight at this point and smiled.
I told Asana I am immortal, but he didn't believe me.
He smiled and pulled the knife Asana had thrown at him out. He threw it at Dina. Shael leaped over and pushed Dina out of the way. The knife hit his shoulder. Arate threw a smoke bomb and vanished.
Father, are you okay?
Dina asked. I'm fine. It's oleander. It would kill you because you belong to the material world, Dina. But it won't kill me. Dina looked at the bleeding wound on Charmine's shoulder.
Mother! I'm not an angel. Mekoa can't kill me. But it would have killed Shael.
Charmine looked at the knife on the ground and shuddered.
So what do we do now that the first plan is ruined, Dina?
I don't know. It's not easy to get creatures from 3 worlds to donate blood. Amalgam is particularly difficult.
Creatures here are complicated. Such a waste of time.
We spent all that time convincing Asana that Arate was out to kill him, just to get his donated blood. She shook her head in despair. Eric is the leader of the Yellow Shield tribe. Can they donate their amalgam blood? Shael asked. Dina shook her head. They're Zelok citizens, but I'm not sure they are amalgam creatures. I'm sure about Asana, because he drank the water in the well and became a Zelok creature. Damn it. I know Kieran has contacts, but we don't have that time now. I have 1 batch of the primer. Can't afford trial and error.
Are you sure the primer will work, Dina?
Charmine asked. It's a theory I haven't tested, but other than that, I'm sure it will work. Where does she get that sarcasm from, I wonder? Shael asked. Charmine smiled. Dina grinned. I am really just your sweet child. I've never been possessed by my evil aunt, and I've never ripped the heart of a giant Hulk out to kill it. Now we need to get you both back to your world, parents. The transitional zone, that is, Shael said. I know you have the bracelet, but I'm not comfortable having you cross into the magical world. I'm not a crystal vase, Dina muttered.
You are to me, darling.
Always, Charmine smiled. Chapter 26. Kieran, Eric, and Michael exited the hotel via the garage door. As they approached the car, they found Adam, the new CEO of LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals, New York, standing next to it. Kieran stopped Michael and Eric. You tagged me? Kieran asked. No, I followed Lindsay's trail and found documentation for his care of Michael. Lindsay was very careful, I must say. But unless you're alien, any transaction on Earth has traces. What do you want? Eric asked. I've got news. I'm afraid it's not good. The police found the bodies of a mother and a daughter in the bushland. It was ruled a camping accident. Damn it. God damn it. Kieran slammed a fist into a nearby column. Adam continued. It's Lindsay's wife and daughter. You don't know Lindsay well, but he has taken care of you for years, Michael. Tears fell down Michael's face. He paced back and forth, not knowing what to do. Thank you. Is that all, Adam? Kieran asked. I'm here to help if there's anything you'd like me to do. You said before that this is the LeBlanc's private matter. Why change your mind now? I didn't change my mind about the LeBlancs. I just didn't have the courage to offer help before. Things happened too fast in the last few days,
and I wasn't prepared. And you've become more prepared in the last 24 hours? I followed LeBlanc's business for years. You might be too young to know, Kieran, but your father offered to provide treatments we couldn't afford that prolonged my mother's life for another 8 years. The additional time we were able to spend with her was precious for my family. I am indebted to your family for that. I had always wanted to work with your family. Well, you are now. Yes, but I can do more. I know your family is involved with more than just the pharmaceutical business. Be careful what you're saying, Adam, Kieran growled. I understand. I can see what happened to Lindsay and his family. I checked Michael's credit card details. I traced the car and the hotel, and I know Eric's parents' death has something to do with this. I know my way around, Kieran. Let me help. I think we're going to need his help, Kieran. You big disconnected with your network here, and up there isn't doing us any good, Eric said. Kieran nodded. All right. If you could organize this project so that it is self-contained, and dismiss whatever else is relevant after you finish so that the main business doesn't have any connection with this, it would be much appreciated, Adam. Understood. Now what do you need now? A private lab, a long-haul private jet, and weapons. I only have access to normal weapons right now. Those will do. Do you need people? Yes, but I've already ordered them. I do need someone to take care of Michael.
Come on, Kieran. How much more do I have to do to prove to you I can handle this?
I know you're capable, but you're a minor. I can't take you with me.
I'm 18.
He was 15 the day before yesterday, Eric said.
I'll stay behind. I'll do whatever you say. I know you'll leave after this. I've waited 7 years to see you again, Kieran.
All right. You have to do what I say.
Yes.
As they followed Adam to another car, Kieran's wrist unit beeped. I thought you weren't connected to any network, Eric said.
This is private. Direct connection with Dina's unit. It doesn't connect with any network and... What have we here?
Michael peeked at the screen.
That's gibberish.
No, that's Morse code, Eric said.
It's very primitive and Earth-based. Even if it's intercepted from, say, anywhere, a message won't be easy to decode, Kieran said.
And what does it say, Kieran? Is Dina okay? Eric asked.
She's taking her parents home. She thinks she's got the formula for the primer.
Kieran smiled.
Wicked.
She can fly too,
Michael said. Indeed, said Eric and smiled. Kieran coded back the message, then looked at Adam.
We'll go to the lab first, if you don't mind.
A short moment later, they were in the exclusive lab of the LeBlanc, New York branch. Michael glanced at the equipment and yawned. Kieran said,
Adam, could you get someone to give Michael some training on weapon usage and safety?
Kieran, said Michael, Lindsay told me you handled your family's business when you were 16. I can't imagine I'm doing anything near what you did. So please stop playing father. It doesn't suit you.
Kieran glared at him.
But I guess some training would be useful,
Michael said to Adam, and then scurried outside the room. Kieran returned to Eric.
Bridget tried to cause a cardiac arrest in you, and she had some sort of a key code in her hand. I'm guessing you have some sort of ability she wanted to terminate, and that ability is artificial.
Eric walked around the room.
Cooper said the thing that got Jenny and Zelok is man-made. When Dina and I were at the Red Shield camp, the majority of the soldiers were robots. Many of them were Grace lookalikes. Remember my ex, Grace? Yes, she has a French accent.
She's half French. Bridget spoke French. Is my entire life a setup of some secret mobs from Europe?
I have a theory, but it'll take a painful test to prove.
How much pain? Kieran looked at Eric. All right, said Eric. Let's do it. A short moment later, every vein in Eric's body was hooked to a machine. Kieran said,
It's going to feel like you're being electrocuted. Are you sure, Eric? This is the only way I can obtain information about the electromagnetic energy in your body and brain. If you say this is the only way, why waste time? If I'm a stupid robot, let's find out. Well, I don't think you're a robot. It would be a lot easier if you were. Are you sure? I might need to give you 3 shocks to get enough data.
When did you turn into an old man?
The day I, unfortunately, got to know you.
Kieran gave Eric some water, then turned toward the control panel. Wait. If anything happens, can you tell Dina I love her?
Do it yourself, even if you have to crawl out of here.
Kieran punched the button. Eric grunted in pain, and his skin turned almost purple. When the pain subsided slightly, he said, Again. Kieran punched the button again. Eric's eyes rolled back as his body convulsed with the shock. He said weakly, Again. Kieran slammed his sweaty palm on the button. Eric's body tensed up, and then everything stopped. The machine pinged a happy sound as the data collection was complete. Kieran grabbed the machine nearby and pressed the resuscitators to Eric's chest. Once.
Come on, you idiot. Breathe.
Twice. Then again. Eric's pulse picked up as Michael walked in.
You see, this is what happens when we play truth or dare at inappropriate times. I've got data to process, but you've got a job to do.
Yes, for sure. Michael approached enthusiastically.
Nurse him. He'll be sick for a few hours.
Kieran left for the computer. Michael stood next to the bed. Sure. I can be a nurse. Whatever it takes. Eric turned to his side and vomited all over Michael. Chapter 27. Dina and Shael flanked both sides of Charmine when they flew. They descended slowly to the soft ground in the transitional zone of the multiverse.
Here will be good enough,
Shael said. Dina looked at her parents.
Will I ever see you again?
Charmine smiled.
Don't be silly. When the fight on Earth is settled, and when you are settled with your man, we will certainly come and visit you.
If we win the fight, Dina said, and looked away, because right now she had no confidence and wasn't sure of a victory. The only and most important task Kieran had given her was to develop the primer. She had made no progress and had ended up having nothing for Kieran. She shook her head.
Where is your sarcasm? Where is your confidence?
You can do this, Dina. You know the formula of the poison. And with that, you can kill the most prominent enemy in the cosmos. I have plenty of poison. I can kill with poison. But what we need now is a primer, not the poison. Whoever is jumping through the aperture will need this primer to survive. It's okay if Erate jumps. He can die and rot for all I care. But what if Eric is the one who has to jump?
You don't know that, Dina.
No, I don't know. But his brainwaves have been manipulated for a long time. Kieran just texted me that his parents died, and it has something to do with the aperture. I guess Kieran isn't aware of the merging worlds. Charmine nodded. Yes, it's easy to compound poison, but it's almost impossible to compound the primer. I'll do what I can do, Dina muttered.
She embraced her parents one last time and took them toward the gateway.
"What's the hurry?"
Arete spoke from behind them. He walked out with a creature that looked like a skeleton with a piece of black fabric wrapped around it. Dina could hear her father hiss audibly when he saw the skeleton figure.
"What do you want, Zecheron?"
Shael asked.
"Oh, I don't have to introduce you two? Well, that saves time,"
Arete said.
"What do you want, Zecheron?"
Shael repeated.
"One of your women. Your choice of which one I take and which one you keep."
Saying nothing, Shael spread his wings and charged at him. Zecheron raised his arms, spread out his 3 pairs of bat wings, and flew at Shael. Then in front of Dina, Charmine and Arete became a whirl of black and white light, a funnel of light and wind. Dina had no magic, no knowledge of it all. She wasn't sure what they were using to fight. The wind died down quickly. Shael and Zecheron were separated, thrown apart by the opponent energy. They fell backward. While Zecheron seemed to have no problem getting back up, Shael was suffering.
"Power from the underworld. The skeleton is a condemned minor god. Your father has no chance,"
Charmine said.
"If he's condemned, how can he be stronger than father?"
Charmine said.
"Zecheron killed an angel before and was condemned for it. This is the transitional zone of no authority. He can do whatever he wants here. If he kills another angel, he can't be punished for the same crime twice."
"How stupid is that rule?" Dina exclaimed.
"Shael never agrees with me, but angels aren't good in making policies."
Arete scurried behind Zecheron. "Coward," Dina muttered. As Zecheron rose from the ground, becoming bigger by the second, Dina knew what she had to do. She let go of her control and let the evil spirit of her auntie take over. Unlike the last time when she had no awareness of what she was doing, this time she could see herself doing it. She knew exactly what she needed to do to get reward. She could see the world around her shudder from the evil of the spirit that possessed her. She raised her arms, pointing them at Zecheron. From her mouth, a string of spells came out, spells so powerful they stopped Zecheron in his tracks. She made a fist with one hand and then pulled it back. Zecheron's chest exploded, and in Dina's hands was a bleeding heart. Dina withdrew her hands and dropped the heart. She looked at the bleeding heart until it stopped beating. She was in control of her emotion, her mind, and her body. She was aware that she had just used her evil spirit to kill evil. She had turned her weakness into a weapon. She turned and looked at her parents to show them she was in perfect control of her mind and body. Zecheron deserved to die. She could only help. Arete threw a smoke bomb and vanished again into thin air.
"Are you okay, Shael?"
Charmine asked. He nodded.
"He got away. Arete is the evilest character in the cosmos. Now he got away again."
Shael put his head in his hands.
"I'll kill him,"
Dina said. "How?" Shael asked. "I need the primer." Shael asked.
"You already had my blood. That's the blood from a magical creature. Can you make something of it? Do you really need blood from amalgam and material world creatures?"
Dina nodded. Charmine pulled out a small knife she always carried.
"Don't, Charmine,"
Shael said.
"What if Dina is the only one who can deal with Arete?"
Charmine asked. She turned toward Dina and used her knife to cut her own hand. As the blood dripped, she signaled for Dina to use her jar of potion to catch it.
"I, Charmine, from the tribe of the North Wind Multiverse Travelers, now announce myself as a creature from Zelok. As a Zelok creature, I am an amalgam creature forever. Here is my blood, the blood of a free spirit.
Take my blood and use it with good intentions."
Dina looked at Shael and saw the devastating look on his face, but he composed himself quickly. "Charmine can never be an angel after this. That makes my role as the Angel of Light meaningless." He looked up and raised his hand in oath, saying, "I shall resign from the role, return the power to the gods, and declare myself as an amalgam. I will travel with my wife for eternity." Shael and Charmine both turned and looked at Dina. They smiled at her, and the trio embraced. A moment later, Shael took Charmine to the light gateway that had just opened for them. Together they stepped into the light, looked at Dina one more time, and departed. Chapter 28. Dalat was a beautiful highland city in the south of Vietnam. Kieran could see why it was referred to as a French settlement city. The French architecture was prominent in almost every major construction in the city. The streets had French names, and the shops were primitive, small-scale versions of those in Paris. They flew the jet up to the city, and so had missed the major scenery, but he was sure they would have a chance to visit later when everything settled. They stayed in an exclusive villa. Eric needed a bit more time, as he had not yet regained complete consciousness, regardless of how many times they had changed transport on the way up here. As Kieran turned around to leave the room, he stirred. "Eric, how are you feeling?" "Well, you're here, so I'm definitely not in heaven." Kieran chuckled. "I take it you're feeling well. We're in Dalat, a city in the Vietnam highlands." "What? How long have I been out?" "Long enough to delay everything. Do you want to sit up?" "Sure." Eric pushed himself into a sitting position. Kieran returned with a needle. "This is just nutrition. You can have solid food if you feel up to it, but if you want to chuck, don't do it on me." "Did I do that already?" "Yes, on Michael." "I must be his favorite person on the planet." "Well, that's about right. He's not liking me much now, because I wouldn't let him carry weapons, which will make it a lot easier when I leave him after this." "Are you serious?" "Yes. Not only is he 15, he's an absolutely normal human being. Look at how you and I turned out. I don't want that life for him." Michael entered the room. "How you feeling, man?" "Sorry I vomited on you." Michael sneered. "You were such a baby." Eric laughed. "Well, so after much effort, that's the conclusion about my make, Kieran. Am I a robot?" "No, you're not a robot, but your human body has been changed. Biologically, you are the same, but the electromagnetic energy in your body has been manipulated. That's why you're ultra-sensitive to sound frequencies. And that could also explain some of the time traveling and the way your body handles light energy. In a nutshell, you could be an energy source." "You mean like a battery?" Kieran chuckled. "Pretty much. Give me a few more hours. I'll have a full profile of what kind of creature you'd make." "Well, what about a dragon?" Eric said. Michael's eyebrow winged up. "Really?" Kieran shook his head. "Dragons only exist in children's fairy tales. I can assure you, whatever we're dealing with now isn't a fairy tale. We'll find more information when we get to Tri-Sun." "I thought you said it burned down," Eric said. "The headquarters burned to the ground, but we'll go to an abandoned branch. I'm sure I can make use of their database. That's the main reason we came here." "Okay," Eric said, and got off the bed. The light in the room flickered a few times. Kieran grabbed Michael, pulling him inside. Near the door, a small light beam opened and flashed, and Dina jumped out. She was a bit disoriented, and one of her wings spread out and hit the ceiling fan. "Ouch!" She withdrew the wing quickly,
and it hit a gigantic decorative vase on the top of the fireplace.
Wow, nice wing.
Michael caught the vase before it crashed. Sorry, I travel too fast, Dina grinned. Dina, Eric approached and pulled her into his arms. She looked at his arms and saw that some of the veins were bruised a muddy gray and purple. She shrugged out of his embrace. What's this? She asked, and then saw more on his neck.
He was electrocuted,
Michael said.
What?
What matters here is that I'm alive, and that I might be a dragon. Isn't that right, Kieran? You know my views about the dragon part, and I don't think that would calm the mood of your lady here. Dina, he received 3 doses of electric shock so that I could test his electromagnetic energy. A woman who claimed to have something to do with his past attempted to put him into cardiac arrest and terminate him with some kind of key code. She called him Dragon before she died. I suspected his electromagnetic energy had been manipulated.
Do you have any results yet?
I need a few more hours. What's the news on your end?
Good news or bad news first?
Bad news, Eric said.
Good news,
Michael said at the same time. Your choice, Kieran said.
The bad news is that it seems that Arete has manipulated a lot in multiversal space, arranging for some kind of merger between the 3 worlds.
Kieran frowned. The material world, magical world, and amalgam world? I read about that in You Days.
Yes, that's it. It seems Arete has tried to manipulate the creatures in different worlds to take prominent positions when the merger occurs. I think it would be in the form of the apertures. That was why he was hunting and recruiting everywhere. He was trying to find those that could survive a jump through the aperture.
He wanted people to jump?
Michael asked.
He isn't that kind. I think he wants to use whatever they've got to develop a mutation primer. When the merger occurs, he'll ask creatures to hold positions in different worlds, but he will take the primer and jump.
Kieran nodded. The jumper will have the ultimate power. I'll bet his idiotic associates will believe him and not realize world merging is a myth.
I don't think it's a myth, Kieran.
Says who?
My father.
Who is an angel, Eric said.
This is serious business. It isn't for everyone, Dina said. If it was a myth, Arete wouldn't have spent centuries building it up. Hundreds of years ago, my father and several others were humans, and they jumped what they thought was the light. I think it was the aperture.
So Shael survived? Like me? Eric said.
Dina nodded. Arete, Asana, Rolex, and several others jumped. That was why Arete was searching everywhere for those who jumped the aperture. I think the time of the merger is creeping close, so he panicked and pushed things ahead and made a mistake. Still he ran. I don't know what his next step is, but I'm sure it has to do with people here on Earth.
Well, I'm ready for the good news now, Eric said.
I know the formula for the mutation primer.
You do? Kieran smiled. What do you need to make it?
Oleander, wolfsbane, and Mekoa that grew in Zelok, plus blood from the creatures from the angelic, amalgam, and material worlds. I have the first 2 handled. Now I need blood from a creature from the material world. The stronger the person is, the better the potion will be. That makes the perfect creature. You, Kieran.
Dina pulled out a syringe from her stash of needles and gave it to Kieran. How much blood do you need?
No, there has to be a ritual. When my parents gave me the blood, they had to recite some kind of vow or declaration of the kind of creatures they are.
Dina.
Yes, Kieran?
Kieran stuck the needle into his vein and drew blood. Do I look like the kind of person who performs rituals? No, but it doesn't hurt to do so.
Well, it hurts my ego.
He smiled and gave her the blood.
I'm sure my blood will be the same, whether I perform a ritual or not. Trust me.
Thanks. Eric winked at Dina. Now I need a lab.
Kieran smiled. I never thought of that. He pulled out his cell phone.
That's an Earth communicator, Dina said. I thought you would have connected back to you days by now to get your resources. Can you use real equipment for this?
That is what they call a cell phone on Earth. It's primitive, but it works. And no, I haven't yet connected to the multiversal network.
While Kieran called his earthly associates, Dina asked, Do you think he hasn't called you days because he had a fight with Madeline?
Eric shook his head. I think he's saving the best for last.
Chapter 29.
Are you sure Dina can handle the potion herself? Eric asked Kieran as they stood in front of an abandoned office block outside the city. Since when do you doubt her capability? I don't doubt it. I'm just worried.
Kieran nodded.
I totally understand. You have a lot more to lose, now that you love her.
Eric shrugged. There's nothing you can do about Madeline? It doesn't sound like you at all.
She walked out on me. She made her choice. What do you suggest I do?
Got it.
Michael grinned and pushed open the rusty door on which he had just broken the lock. Kieran looked at Michael suspiciously.
I believe the LeBlancs have been giving you a generous living allowance so that you no longer have to perform the tasks you did in your previous profession.
Eric chuckled. I didn't know your previous profession had to do with thievery.
I didn't need to do this today, but old habits die hard, and my skills are pretty sharp.
He grinned and gestured them in. The interior of the premises was dusty. There was broken furniture everywhere.
Someone moved out in a hurry, Kieran muttered.
All right, let's go see if we can find a dragon, Eric said. After a while, they came back to the main foyer, empty-handed.
It's just not possible. They had to leave a trace,
Kieran muttered. Michael walked around, admiring some old photos on the wall of team sports and corporate events.
It seems like it was a good workplace,
Eric said. Kieran stood staring at the wall.
Apart from 30 years' worth of dirt, what's wrong with this wall? Eric asked. What does the logo look like to you? Kieran asked.
Eric looked at the 3 round circles on the wall, all intersecting one another at the center.
Well, philosophically speaking, I think it might be the 3 worlds that Dina was talking about merging. But you said that's a myth, right?
Kieran contemplated.
I don't believe in the 3 worlds merging theory, but each circle looks like an eclipse. An eclipse is an astronomical event, and there's nothing magical about that.
It's a total solar eclipse, Michael said.
Both Kieran and Eric looked at him.
What's wrong with having an interest in astronomy?
Nothing. On the contrary, it's a very good interest. I like it,
Kieran said.
Michael smiled and said, Each circle does look like a total solar eclipse. But as far as I know, this planet isn't multi-sun.
You're saying there are multi-sun planets? Eric asked.
Absolutely.
Or the eclipses occur in multiple dimensions of time and space, and on this occasion the dimensions line up. So we have 3 solar eclipses, Kieran said.
Michael winced. My interest in astronomy doesn't stretch that far, but it sounds like an interesting story.
Eric nodded.
The triple eclipse theory actually ties in with the 3-world merging theory. From the multiversal perspective, creatures in the magical world might use the explanation of the worlds merging more comfortably than multidimensional triple eclipses. So we've been asking about the same thing, one event, Kieran muttered. This company, Tri-sun now makes perfect sense. Tri-sun, or triple solar eclipses. They knew it all along. But who are they? And where on earth can we see the triple eclipse? And we still haven't found a dragon, Eric said as he paced around the room, hoping to find more clues.
We can see the eclipse in Ha Long Bay tomorrow, Michael said.
Kieran and Eric turned and saw Michael waving a small flyer.
I got this ad from the hotel. Best spot for an eclipse observation tour. I thought it was interesting, so I kept it.
Kieran looked at the flyer. It's an 1.5-hour flight from here. Let's go.
I thought it'd take 2 hours, Michael said.
Not on a private jet, Michael, Eric said. We'll pick up Dina on the way there as well? Yes, Eric. We're going nowhere without Dina.
Soon they arrived at the lab and saw Dina rushing out with a big grin on her face.
I love that brilliant smile, Kieran said.
Dina held up a syringe.
A success.
1 dose? Kieran asked.
Yes, Kieran. And it should be injected just before the individual makes a jump through an aperture. This potion will aid in the transformation process and help the person survive the energy surge and arrive at the other end of the aperture as a new and powerful creature. Can a person survive triple apertures? Michael asked. I'm not sure. I'm working on a theory that creatures can jump 1 aperture at a time because only one of them occurs at a time.
Kieran shook his head. Actually, the jumper of triple apertures will only have to jump once, right after the 3 eclipses line up.
3 eclipses? What am I missing?
Eric smiled. I'll explain it to you. But right now, we have a flight to make. The group boarded the airplane, and the private jet took off.
Still not calling you days, Kieran?
Dina asked. I'll call when the time is right. Kieran instructed the pilot to land in a nearby town. It's better to survey the inland first. Then we can go to the water a little later. My people will organize what we need by the water. They landed at a small airport in a rural area. Great location. Very peaceful. How are we going to get to the water from here? Eric asked, as he looked at endless rice paddies divided by small clay borders and bamboo fences. Kieran and Dina focused on the electronic devices to navigate and plan.
I'll arrange transport,
Michael said, and scurried away. A short moment later, they heard Michael yelling, whistling, and making all sorts of strange noises to try to get the 2 animals in front of a cart moving. He didn't seem to be communicating well with the animals.
I should have paid for bigger donkeys, Michael said.
Kieran laughed. Eric said, They're not donkeys. They're buffaloes, Michael. They're not good transportation because I can walk faster than they can. Where did you get them?
The village over there,
Michael pointed. I'll get some real transport, Eric said, and went into the village. A moment later, he was back. Kieran looked up from his electronic device. What in God's name is that thing, Eric? It's pretending to be a motorbike. Are you taking it or not? Eric adjusted his long body on a small scooter, which appeared to be green beneath a thick layer of clay and dirt. In the distance, they heard the engines of monstrously big motorbikes growing closer. Kieran grinned. That's what I want. He turned around and saw a group of goons riding motorbikes, zooming on and off the rice paddies, destroying the crops and headed directly toward them. They aren't my people, Kieran said. Chapter 30. Jet stopped his motorbike and locked eyes with Kieran. The group of local gangs in front of Jet stopped their motorbikes and had their hands on their pockets with guns hidden. They waited for Jet's signals. Wrong guys, Jet said.
What?
A goon asked.
I said these are not the people we're looking for. Go back into town and wait. I'll go back to the boss and get more information."
"But they've seen us,"
another goon said. Jet growled. "People have eyes. Of course they can see you. Are you going to shoot all of them? And if you lose me my job and my money, I'll put a bullet in that stupid head of yours. Now go." The gangsters turned around and drove away. "Madeline is destined to have her heart broken," Jet muttered, glancing at Kieran once more before driving away. A short moment later, Jet entered an abandoned warehouse where piles of containers were stacked up to the roof of the building. There was a dark blue container with an X mark on the door that was open. Inside, a robotic voice said,
"Verification needed."
He placed his thumb on a small panel which had just opened on the wall.
"Verified,"
the voice said. The container shuddered slightly and then moved. He had been here before, but could never sense the direction of the movement. It seemed to drop down a long distance, then move sideways, then ahead. He could feel the extremely fast speed when the movement was horizontal. With about 15 minutes traveling time, he guessed the destination was a fair distance away. Each time the paths changed, he had had a real sense of the location. The container came up a fraction and opened to a massive polished concrete floor, buzzing with activity. People rushed around, working on machines he had never seen before. He saw endless rows of computer, strange-looking equipment, and stacks of weapons. Is this the preparation for World War III? He had been here before, but had never seen the place operated on such a large scale, and he had certainly not seen so many weapons. He turned into the main office. His usual contact, the man who called himself TD-40, turned around and smiled at him. Now Jet noticed the movements of TD-40, and they seemed a bit robotic. But he couldn't care less if TD-40 was a robot or a 50-year-old businessman, as long as he got paid. TD-40 gestured toward a man standing next to him. A tall, formidable man with dark hair and striking blue eyes. There was something in his eyes that made Jet uncomfortable, the tenacity of a predator.
"This is Hoyt. He just took over the business and is your new boss,"
TD-40 said. Jet shrugged. "I'm a contractor. I don't care. My work's done here. As for the new part, I don't want to do it. If you pay me for the installment of the code pad I took from Bridget, I'll get out of your hair right now."
"Why hurry?"
Hoyt asked. As soon as this man opened his mouth to speak, Jet knew instantly he should leave, with or without his money.
"I have a new job for you, and it pays triple."
"No." Hoyt smiled.
"No one has refused my offer before."
"I don't think any part of my answer is confusing."
"How about immortality?"
Jet chuckled. "If I take a bullet in my head, I'll be immortal in the memory of my loved ones. Wait, I don't have any loved ones. So the answer again is no. Pay me and I'll leave."
"Well, that's not up to you. I'll pay you because that's part of good business conduct. But there is no part of the business deal that says you can leave. Am I correct?"
Jet didn't know what to say, so he glanced at the exit and surveyed his escape hatch. "How long do you want me to stay?"
"Until we settle everything. We can't risk you running around revealing our location to others. But it won't be long. Just a few more hours."
Jet nodded. "I can wait. But I won't do any more work." He glanced at soldier-like people walking around a red open space. He was sure they were robots. There wasn't a single window in this place, and he had no idea whether they were in the air, underground, or on land. Having no option,
He stood aside to observe the buzzing activities. He noticed a symbol of 3 circles on the central wall. It looked interesting. He might have seen the symbol somewhere, but he couldn't quite recall. Chapter 31. Eric gazed at the magnificent sight of Ha Long Bay and understood why the site had been considered a World Heritage. The water was so still it mirrored the 3,000 rock islands scattered around the bay. The gigantic rocks looked as if they hovered above the water. Some stood pointing straight to the sky, and some looked like stone lanterns, and some just looked like dinosaur eggs.
"There is no map of this area,"
Kieran muttered, looking at his computer. It wouldn't surprise Eric a slight bit if tourists got lost among the elusive islands. They were on a private tour boat for several reasons. The jet boat Kieran had arranged for made a lot of noise, and since he wasn't sure where to go just yet, he thought it best they pretended to be tourists. Kieran wanted to survey the bay before he could plan specific action. Michael sat at the back of the tour boat, looking as if he regretted coming. Occasionally, a tour boat cruised past. After that, the water returned briefly to its tranquility. Astronomy enthusiasts had gathered on small cruise boats, jet skis, rowboats, waiting for the moment. All these innocent people thought they were about to observe a total solar eclipse, not a 3-dimensional, multi-world war where anything could happen. Legend suggested that the locals had used these elusive islands as hiding places during the war. The enemies couldn't find them, and sometimes locals got lost among the islands and were never seen again. It was impossible to imagine a battlefield of creatures from the multiverse about to assemble here, where technology clashed with magic and humans clashed with aliens. He couldn't visualize battleships and space creatures flying around while small local fishing boats and tourist boats floated peacefully on the bay water.
"Do you know what Ha Long Bay means?"
Dina asked, looking at the translator in her wrist unit. He turned around, looked at her beautiful face, and smiled.
"It means a place where the dragon descends,"
she said, and smiled back at him. "Wow, that explains all the dragon talk. But I can't see myself growing a tail or scaly skin." Kieran stepped out from the cabin. He hadn't talked much since the incident at the rice field. "You could have cut his head off right in the open rice field, Kieran. We saw what you can do on the hilltop. You chopped the Hulk's head off with your mind blade," Eric said. "He turned around to face me. I don't attack from behind." Eric shrugged. "Whatever you say."
"It's coming,"
Michael said from the back, pointing at the sky. They could see the shade of the sunlight darken a bit. "It's a cloud," Eric said. "Dimensional shift. Be careful. Movements in the water. Michael, come to the front," Kieran ordered. Michael scurried to the front of the boat.
"Are you sure you don't want to connect to the Udays network yet?"
Dina asked. Kieran nodded. "My men are here on several islands. We should be fine for now."
"I'm not supposed to see them, am I?"
Michael glanced around.
"Look out!"
Michael shouted and pushed at Kieran. They both fell to the floor. A metal arrow carrying a small rectangular leather case stabbed deep into the wall outside. Kieran stood up from the floor. "It's a messenger. They didn't want to shoot at me, Michael."
"How can you be so sure?"
"Because this is a galactic-scale war, son, and something wants to play with me. Killing too early isn't fun."
"Did you just call me son?"
Michael grinned. Kieran waved his hand in dismissal and took the package. He pulled out a shiny electronic device.
"An iPad?"
Michael gasped. "That's an insult, Michael. Our technology isn't that primitive," Kieran said.
"What's an iPad?"
Dina asked Eric.
It's like a kid's toy. When you have too much money and don't know what to do with it on Earth, you spend money on that. The screen flashed on, displaying an image of Cooper and Jenny. Dina and Eric stormed over, glaring at the screen.
Over there!
Michael pointed at a secure-looking yacht that was moving out slowly from the fog and approaching them. On the device screen, a man in his 50s appeared.
Kieran LeBlanc.
Yes? Who am I speaking to?
This is TD-40, commander in charge of the TRISUN group. As you can see, we have a trade to do, if you're interested. 2 of these people for Eric.
I need time.
5 seconds.
They looked up, and the yacht was already 20 feet away from them. Kieran looked at Eric. Eric nodded. Please, Kieran. I can do this. Yes, Kieran said. There was a thunk at the side of their boat. Men on the other boat had sprayed fumes to create a thick artificial fog to cover them from prying eyes. Dina rushed over to Eric, and she reached up and kissed him.
I love you, Eric.
I love you too. On the other yacht, 2 men in uniform held Cooper and Jenny. Eric stepped onto the bridge and walked over. As soon as he reached the other side, they pushed Jenny and Cooper over and withdrew the bridge. Kieran glanced at Michael and nodded. Michael slid onto the floor, scrambled toward the back, and shot a tracking device onto the bottom of the yacht. Within 2 seconds, a man on the other boat came out and used a device to suck up their tracking bug. He put it in the bag and shot another arrow back. Then the yacht disappeared into the fog. Kieran pulled the arrow out and looked at the bag. His tracking device was inside with a small note which said, Amateur. Jenny and Dina rushed over to Kieran.
You have a plan, right, Kieran? That was your plan?
Jenny asked.
You set this up with Eric, right?
Dina asked. Kieran didn't answer. He turned around and hurled the tracking device against the wall, shattering it into 100 pieces. Chapter 32. The sky had darkened several shades. The crowd hummed and concentrated on the coming eclipse, and were totally oblivious to the war that was coming at them.
You are still not calling you days, Kieran?
Dina asked. He shook his head, looking up to the sky. We don't know what they have. We can't show them what we have.
But you've got nothing here. You don't know where they've taken Eric,
Jenny said, tears gleaming in her eyes. Kieran turned and looked at Cooper. Cooper led Jenny toward the back of the boat. The last thing he needs now is a distraction, Jenny.
I know. I'm sorry.
He pulled her into the only arm he had left. Dina approached with a needle.
Just a boost,
she said. Cooper nodded. Thanks. He looked at Dina. Sorry I left in Zilok. I went back to the hillside where they got Jenny. It was blind luck. They used a machine to scrape the hillside again, like a cycle. So I jumped right in, and they dumped me in the same cell with Jenny.
He's got what he wanted. He's an idiot,
Jenny muttered.
Indeed he is,
Dina glared at Cooper. I'll ask Kieran to make you an arm, but it will come at a cost. Well, as long as it doesn't cost me an arm and a leg, it should be okay.
Not funny. Are you sure it was underground, where they took you?
Cooper nodded. They always move in confined spaces. It could have been underwater, but judging from some bumping incidents, it felt solid, like ground, dirt and rock rather than water. Dina nodded and left for the front of the boat. She found Kieran still staring at the sky, which was darkening by the minute. They felt a current in the air, a brush of electricity on their skin. The eclipse was closer. Kieran turned and looked at her.
His body glowed slightly. "Your Ute key is on?" He nodded.
"The dimensions are shifting."
"Yes, I can feel it too."
Michael approached and saw a halo of light around Kieran. "I can travel across multiple dimensions. This light is the energy, my protection. You don't have this protection. Therefore, under no circumstances should you travel with anyone or any creature to another dimension. You will die."
"Understood,"
Michael nodded. "Can you stay on the boat and take care of Jenny and Cooper?" Kieran asked him.
Michael nodded again.
"My prediction is that the merger will happen in another dimension. Humans here won't see the triple eclipses. They can only see one. That might mean the war won't occur here."
They felt the boat shudder. The people on the water gasped. "You'll come back here, right?" Michael asked.
"Of course," Kieran said, knowing Michael didn't believe him. He had made a promise to Michael 7 years ago, and he didn't keep it. Michael nodded and went to the back of the boat. "It's time," Kieran said. Kieran's men delivered an air jet ski right at the side of their boat. The air jet ski parked, hovering in the air. "I'll open the portal now. Will you come with me?" Kieran asked Dina. He opened his portal. A beam of light flashed. Dina said nothing but followed right behind him. Kieran jumped onto the air jet ski and drove into the dark space, dashing around unrecognizable objects and debris.
"Where are we?"
Dina asked. "Near Alphi. This is a possible path to see the triple eclipses."
"There!"
Dina pointed to a black space with 3 small wedges of light around it. They heard a howl nearby.
"That's Arete,"
she said, and pulled out her gun. Kieran spun the jet ski around. He blasted his first mind blade at Arete. He had done this several times before. He could kill by sending giant blades toward his opponents using his mind power. But the blades operated on his energy, and every strike taxed him. Thus, without going back 2 days to recharge, he would soon be running out of energy if he weren't careful. Arete was hit, and judging from his grunt, it was a severe blow. It was too dark to see much. "I can't afford to hit randomly," Kieran said.
"I know."
Dina jumped off his jet ski and spread her wings.
"Dina!"
She ignored him. She flew into the dim shade of the remaining light before the total eclipse. She could see that she flew above Arete, so she fired down at him. He howled in pain and then dashed into another dimension.
"I've lost him,"
she said, and returned to the jet ski. "You're reckless, Dina."
"Look in the mirror before you say that. Where did he go?"
"I don't know."
"Give me the primer, Dina,"
Arete said from right behind them. Kieran spun the jet around and saw Arete floating in the air with Michael dangling over his shoulder. "You bastard," Kieran growled, but he couldn't send another mind blade at Arete because he had Michael. Dina jumped off the jet ski again.
"Here,"
she said, and held up the jar containing the primer.
"Come here and get it. Give Michael back to Kieran."
Arete threw Michael at the jet ski and left Kieran to catch him. Then he came after Dina. Grabbing Michael's body and holding it tight, Kieran drove back to the human dimension. He put the boy's body on the floor of the boat when Cooper and Jenny rushed over.
"I'm sorry, Kieran. Arete appeared out of nowhere and snatched him," Cooper said.
"His human body can't handle dimensional travel without protection," Kieran said, and shook Michael's shoulders lightly. "Open your eyes for me, son. Come on." Michael stirred and his eyes opened.
"I'm sorry."
"You'll die if I don't turn you into something else now. I'll give you some of my energy. Do you agree to take it?
You came back. You kept your promise,
Michael said weakly. You're dying. I'm going to inject you with an alien energy, but it will change you. Do you agree to take it? Hurry, Michael.
Can I go with you?
Yes. So then you agree?
Yes.
Michael passed out. Kieran signaled. Cooper scrambled to pull out Dina's stash of medical equipment. He found a syringe and thrust it toward Kieran. Michael nodded. Kieran pulled his shirt open, revealing his Yudki point. No, Kieran. You can't afford that now, Cooper said. Got another solution? Being from Elos isn't too bad. I have a privilege I can use. Kieran nodded. Where? Cooper pulled his shirt open. Vein next to the heart, but not on the heart, please. Kieran concentrated and located the faint mark of the key vein. He stuck the needle in and drew out a light blue substance. He then injected the substance into Michael's jugular. Cooper fell to the floor, and Jenny grabbed him and held him in her arms. Kieran stood. He asked Jenny, "Can you take care of them both?" Jenny nodded.
But wait, can I borrow your scanner? I want to find out how Erite found us.
Understood. Sorry I neglected this. I'll scan. Kieran turned on the scanner of his wrist unit. It flashed a light beam, then enveloped Jenny's body. He looked at the nape of her neck. Here's the bug.
Take it out, please.
Kieran cut the small bug out with his knife and gave it to Jenny. As she stomped on it with her foot, he scanned Cooper. He's clean, Kieran said. If the bug was planted by Trisun, then they're working with Erite. I should go now. Kieran nodded a goodbye, jumped on the jet ski again, and went back for Dina. Chapter 33. Kieran flew into the dark space of the dimension as close to Eiffel as possible. He should have told Dina the plan. He should have discussed his thoughts and the possibility of Erite's attack from Eiffel. The prospect of Dina fighting Erite in the dark space made his organs feel as if they were burning. There she was. He could see her tiny shadow moving in and out of a cloud. She was playing hide-and-seek with Erite. Erite was now a gigantic lump because his body was attracting any material he came across. That was the result of getting too close to the aperture without having the mutation primer. Kieran moved closer. He shouted to Dina. I'm here. She turned around and saw him. She flapped her wings and flew over. She didn't anticipate her wingspan and spread them too close to Erite. He grabbed the tip of her wing and then a bunch of feathers. Ouch! She yelped. Kieran flew over, firing at Erite with his gun in one hand and controlling the joystick of the jet ski with the other hand. Erite turned around and whacked at Kieran's vehicle with a tail that had formed from the concrete-like material that had adhered to his body. The jet ski tipped over, and Kieran fell over to one side, but still hung on to a bumper bar at the back. The jet ski floated aimlessly in the air. Dina swung over, flew underneath, grabbed Kieran, and yanked him off the jet ski. At the same time, Erite swung his tail again, hitting the jet ski and smashing it into hundreds of pieces. He turned and looked at Kieran and Dina. Dina flapped her wings hard to keep herself and Kieran afloat. Erite floated toward them. She flew backward. Erite followed.
How can he fly like that and turn into that thing, whatever it is? She asked.
He tried to mutate before he jumped. Obviously, he didn't have the right primer.
Erite floated up. He looked like a rock and was the size of a small hill now.
All right.
Here's what you want.
Dina threw the jar at Arate. He caught it with his mouth.
Let's go back, Dina said.
As they looked back up to the apertures merging, they could see the gigantic shadow of Arate flying toward the area where the apertures had merged.
I can't imagine what he'll do when he has the power, but at least he's only one individual. Once he's gone through, he will stop the Tri-Sun to cross, because he'd want the power all to himself.
Unfortunately, we won't have Arate to stop the Tri-Sun for us. They heard an explosion rumble through what was left of the dark sky. Arate's gigantic form hit what sounded like a solid substance, and he exploded into thousands of pieces.
He should have taken the mutation primer before he jumped, not the vitamin C I gave him, said Dina.
Vitamin C?
A placebo. All good experiments have a placebo, right? I didn't cheat. He asked for the primer. That's part of a primer, Dina grinned.
Well, you're right, but you should have told me.
You're not very good at communicating when it comes to strategies, Kieran. And you're calling you days now, because the Tri-Sun is not a one-guy operation like Arate.
No, I'll call you days, but not now. Not yet.
All right, let's go back for another air jet ski. You're heavier than you think, Kieran.
She flapped her wings, and they returned to the Earth dimension, landing at the back of the tour boat. Kieran rushed inside the cabin and found Cooper and Michael safe and sound. He drove the boat into a large cave nearby. Can you stay here, please? Don't come out, no matter what happens, he said to Jenny. She nodded. Kieran called his associates. In a few seconds, a large air jet ski was delivered to the mouth of the cave. The water began to rumble. Several ripples ran underneath, as if something was about to surface. So it will actually happen here. They don't care if innocent bystanders die. Kieran called his men and ordered them to get into strategic positions. He hopped onto the air jet ski. Dina hopped on the back without an invitation. Are you sure, Dina? She slid her arms around his waist and held on to him.
Well, Madeline isn't here, so I'm taking this opportunity to hit on you.
Kieran laughed. I'd love to see Eric's face if he heard that.
Then we'd better make sure he's alive to hear it. Now, can you tell me the plan?
I think the dragon is some sort of machine, and it might come up from under the water. I have my men on almost all islands here. They'll shoot the dragon into particles before it jumps into any apertures.
What about Plan B? What if your first plan doesn't work?
Well, that's all I have. They heard the sound of water cresting. People in the middle of the bay screamed. In the dim light coming from some of the boats, they could see the dragon's head emerge. The top of its head was the size of a hill. When its dozens of eyes rose above the water, they glowed green, and each eye was the size of a hot air balloon. The dragon's head tipped a large tour boat over. People started running and swimming for their lives. The dragon roared. In position. Kieran waited a bit longer. And fire, he said when the dragon's head was completely above the water. A dozen air jet skis zipped over and fired machine guns at it. The dragon kept rising above the water. The bullets didn't seem to make a scratch. The dragon roared again. It is indeed a machine. Ordinary bullets won't kill it, Kieran said. Chapter 34. The dragon grew taller by the second. On the water, people in boats were running for their lives. The more chaos there was, the more casualties there were. Boats were flipped over. Lights went out.
The sky grew even darker. The dragons roared. People cried for help. The eclipse was almost complete. The dragon raised a limb and wiped out Kieran's air jet ski troop. "Fighter jets," Kieran said into his communicator. They heard the roar of fighter jets coming from different directions. They flew through the air and rained down the most lethal early weapons humans had available on the head of the dragon. It roared. Half of its head caved in, but the damaged part grew back. Its 12 green eyes now pumped whirls of fire that surrounded the fighter jets. In a short moment, not a single fighter jet was left. "Can you drive?" Kieran asked, but didn't wait for Dina to answer. He slid back. Dina leaped up and over his head to land in the front seat. "More fighter jets." "Go all in," Kieran ordered. More fighter jets flew in. They circled around the head of the dragon and fired nonstop. The dragon was distracted by the jets. Using all he had, Kieran willed his mind blade and sent a gigantic spinning steel blade toward the dragon's head. The head of the dragon was cut off. It crumbled into dirt and rained down into the bay. Kieran leaned heavily on Dina as his energy had drained so quickly with the blast. The dragon's head was completely gone, but the dangling jugular vessels and wires still sparked and pumped out an oily liquid into the air. The dragon's roar still echoed. Kieran wiped away the blood that had trickled from his nose and concentrated. He knew there was more to come. The fighter jets kept shooting at the body, but it wouldn't collapse. From the gaping hole that used to be the head, another lump of meat pushed up.
"You can't be serious,"
Dina exclaimed as the head of the dragon grew again. The new head grew quickly. Kieran straightened his posture.
"Kieran, how much more do you have left in your tank?"
The new head growth completed itself, no matter how many fighter jets shot at it.
"It learned,"
Kieran muttered.
"Bring in Blackbird,"
he said into the communicator. They heard the roar of an engine from hell.
"We'd better move a bit further away, Dina."
"All right," she said, and swiveled the air jet ski to get as far away as possible. The fighter jets did the same. The dragon paused for a brief second, completing its changes, but it was too late. Blackbird descended to it from the sky, and a smart bomb was dropped right at the center of its head. The explosion was so massive, it felt as if the earth might have cracked under the impact. But the only head was blown off. The body crumbled this time and sank into the water. It was quiet. Kieran and Dina looked up.
"Is that it?"
Dina asked.
"I don't think so."
A haunting sound tore through the dark sky. From the water, the dragon head surfaced again.
"Is this a different one?"
Dina asked.
"This is the real dragon. They used the previous one to survey us. I'm afraid Blackbird won't work on it anymore."
"What else do you have, Kieran?"
"Nothing here."
He switched on his wrist unit.
"Jake, engage RTN-26.
"Affirmative."
The confident voice of Jake, Udasian head of intelligence, and Kieran's most trusted staff member, responded. A dimensional gateway opened. 50 holocasts beamed out 50 giant spider-shaped jet missiles, the latest development in the Udasian weaponry suite. The dragon roared. The missiles flew at the dragon. It roared again and grew bigger. The head spliced into multiple snake-like necks and smaller dragon heads. It grew taller and taller. The heads kept splitting until it had several hundred snake heads, confusing the missiles. If one head was hit, 100 more grew.
Damn it,
Kieran cursed. While the missiles tried to tackle the endless number of heads, the body grew still taller, and it started to lift from the water.
It's going to jump the triple aperture from here,
Dina said.
It's time. Come on, Eric,
Kieran said.
What?
Dina exclaimed.
Stop firing,
Kieran ordered the missiles. They stopped firing, but still hovered, waiting. The skin covering the heart area of the dragon glowed. A round circle of light came from the fraction of the solar eclipse that remained and cut into the glowing skin of the dragon. It melted and fell off. Inside the dragon's heart was a small chamber where Eric was tied to 4 poles to provide the power for the dragon. When the skin over the heart was gone, he stopped the solar light he had been drawing from the eclipse. Lifting his head up, he looked out and saw Dina and Kieran on the flying jet ski.
You'll have to catch him, Dina.
Catch him? Why can't we get him out now?
Just wait for it.
Eric yanked off the wires that bound him.
They didn't know I installed a switch for him.
What switch?
Power.
Kieran!
He agreed. You got the angel wings. He wanted a switch.
Eric went to the power source where his hands had been connected. He placed his hands against the palm print on 2 separate panels. The snakeheads hissed happily as they received more power. Eric concentrated and drew more energy from the wedge of the leftover solar light. Beams of white light streaked down to Eric's back and absorbed into the blue dot on his spine.
That part wasn't in my plan,
Kieran said.
My father taught him that,
Dina said.
I think he's trying to do more than just impress the in-laws.
Whatever you say, Kieran.
When Eric's back was covered in a halo of light and the thousands of snakeheads were dancing happily, Eric swapped his left and right hands to the opposite panels. He drew once more and pumped the light energy into the opposite panels. The thousands of snakeheads exploded at once. The dragon head stopped moving. Its skin cracked, and the dragon's head, heart, and body exploded. Eric was flung out into the air. Dina flew into the air, catching Eric's falling body and letting Kieran handle the air jet ski. Dina and Eric descended rapidly. Kieran flew under them and caught them on the back of the jet ski. The 3 of them flew back to the tour boat. Behind them, the giant dragon disintegrated into millions of fiery particles. Chapter 35. Kieran hovered the jet ski next to the tour boat. Dina brought Eric over and lay him on the floor. Jenny rushed over.
Is he okay?
Kieran checked Eric's pulse.
He's fine. He just needs to rest. If 3 electric shocks didn't kill him, this is nothing. He'll wake naturally. No drugs, Dina.
Yes, Kieran.
How are Michael and Cooper, Jenny?
Sleeping like babies.
Good.
Kieran left for the air jet ski.
Are there more dragons to kill, Kieran?
Dina asked.
There are more things I need to kill, but they aren't dragons.
He jumped onto his vehicle and flew off into the dark sky. At the other corner of the bay, he saw what he had long been waiting for. A giant round tank containing the headquarters of TRISUN emerged from the water. Its round wall slid open to reveal a building which rose, then floated, then hovered in the air. A small door slid open on a small balcony, and a human stepped out. He was at gunpoint. Kieran recognized the human. It was Jet. Before the gun was fired, Jet turned around and jumped. Kieran flew over and grabbed him before he hit the water. He flipped Jet over the back of the air jet ski.
"Thank you,"
Jet said.
"Now we're even. I don't want to owe you."
Kieran floated the air jet ski up to the top level of the building. In the glass screen of the control panel, he saw his all-time #1 enemy, the immortal Hoyt Flanagan. Standing next to him was the man who had previously identified himself as TD-40. Behind them was a group of technicians handling the control panels of what looked like a spaceship. Hoyt stared at Kieran briefly, and then he clapped.
I have to give it to you, Kieran. I can't seem to get ahead of you, even though I have a few 100 years on you. It must just be bad luck. No, it isn't bad luck. I'll always outbrain you.
Hoyt laughed.
You're so smart that you're letting a mercenary sit behind you right now. My intelligence suggests that you share a woman.
Kieran smiled.
This jet ski flies only under my control. I think he's smart enough to wait until we're on the ground to kill me. And we don't share a thing, aside from this flying machine.
You're at the top of my hit list, Hoyt, Jet said.
He's mine to kill, Kieran said.
Hoyt chuckled and clapped again.
Look at the synergy between you. You're bonding. Do you really think you killed the dragon and we're done?
Pretty much, Kieran said. Hoyt continued.
That idiot Arate tested the jump with his body and the stupid mutation primer. Didn't work for him, did it? The dragon was supposed to clear the way for us. But if we don't have the dragon, we can still do it ourselves using the most advanced technology you can ever imagine. We are the dragons.
Good luck, Kieran said. Hoyt held up the key code.
This is the dragon key.
He pointed at a giant human-sized suit standing behind him.
And that is the dragon. It's all man-made. There's no need for magical power or primer of any sort.
Kieran smiled.
That's all you've got?
Hoyt stopped smiling.
I enjoy our differences, but unfortunately, after I get the power, you'll be the first I'm going to kill. And you days will be the first universe I'll enslave. Well, I'm looking forward to it in your next life. Let me introduce you to the real version of RTN-26.
Kieran dropped the air jet ski down. Behind him, a line of giant spaceships floated up. In one of the large windows, Madeline stood next to Robert and Jake.
Long time no see, Hoyt. And goodbye.
She raised her arm up.
Fire!
A storm of missiles came at the dragon headquarters of TRISUN, shattering it into several million pieces. Kieran swung the jet ski over to a small island and dropped Jet down.
I saw Madeline in the spaceship, Jet said. That's correct. I know where my wife is.
Kieran turned Jet around, pulled out a knife, and cut a small needle-sized device out of his neck.
They bugged me?
They didn't do it.
Madeline?
When did she do that? Jet rubbed at his neck. Kieran hopped back onto his air jet ski.
Maybe you should ask her. And thank you for leading us to the TRISUN headquarters. We couldn't have done it without your help.
Hey, how the hell am I getting out of here?
Swim.
Kieran drove the air jet ski away, heading back to the tour boat to check on his people. He wasn't surprised to not see Madeline there. Chapter 36. Kieran leaned against the side of the boat, looking out to the bay. Serenity had returned to the water. People had cleaned up the debris and had gone about their daily business. That was how normal life was. He wasn't sure what his life was going to be like in the future, but he was sure it would never be normal again. Michael approached and sat next to him.
Cooper is going to take me to Elos.
It's a good place. And Cooper is a good man.
But he isn't going to be in Elos. He said you offered him a job in New Days and a new arm.
Kieran laughed. Indeed, I did offer him a job. But he has to decide what to do about Jenny. I'm not taking her to the multiverse. Turning you into Elos is hard enough.
It can't be that hard. I can make friends anywhere I go.
I'm sure you can.
So what does it take to get a job in New Days like Cooper and Dina?
Michael grinned as innocently as he could.
Don't stretch it, Michael.
All right, I guess. I can give Elos a go. Do they have the Xbox or other console games in Elos?
Kieran shook his head.
I'm not sure.
What are you going to do about your wife? I'd like to meet her.
Kieran smiled, but he was unsure how to respond, so he said nothing.
Look who's here!
Dina was walking out to the deck with Eric. She tried to help him a bit because he was still wobbly.
How are you feeling?
Kieran asked.
I've been better. What's your plan now? Do you still want to lead the Yellow Shield tribe?
Eric looked at Dina.
I'll be wherever Dina wants to be. The Yellow Shield can replace me if Dina wants to be in New Days. Of course she wants to work with me and be in New Days. Am I right, Dina?
Dina smiled.
I'll think about it.
Madeline pushed her way into the corridor leading to her New York place, a tiny apartment in the middle of Manhattan, a little shoebox that her journalist earnings could afford. She stood in front of the door, hesitant to open it. It was too quiet for her liking, so quiet she could hear herself breathing. Just 2 years ago, this was her home. It was more like a shelter than a home. She hung out with Joe, her best friend, whenever she wasn't working on a case. She had dated many men before Kieran. She had been in relationships. But since she had been with him, Kieran's life, his business, his vision, and his friends had become hers. Now their relationship was over. She was supposed to be back to her normal life, but she didn't know what a normal life was anymore. Jet might be right. What did she want? She pushed the door open and saw Kieran in the living room. The apartment was too small to contain the king's aura emanating from him. The king of Eudays was standing in her apartment.
Did I forget something in Eudays?
Kieran shoved his hands in his pockets.
Your children.
You've got custody. Isn't that what you said? She saw the pain in his eyes, and it slashed at her heart. But there were things they had done that couldn't be undone. He had to live with it, and so did she. I'm ready to build a new life here, Kieran. A normal life like any other human. I've completed my duty with Eudays. What else do you want me to do? He nodded.
I understand your decision. I just want to know if you need anything. From me.
She smiled. What I need, you cannot give. So why ask?
I can't let you take the children for reasons far more important than our disagreement. Why can't you understand that?
Oh, I do, and that's why I didn't fight your decision. I've resigned from the council, and thus have no protection from Eudays. Our children are not humans. They are wanted by all creatures in the cosmos, and I can't protect them. He approached her.
Why didn't you give us a second chance?
Us?
All right, it was my fault. Why don't you give me a second chance?
It wasn't your fault. I walked out on you.
Still, I ask you for a second chance.
Kieran, you don't mean what you just said. Kieran LeBlanc never needs a second chance. You don't need me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm tired and would like to rest. He nodded and headed toward the door. Madeline said. At the shootout when Eric's father died, when you said the jet had something to hide and you needed me to play along, what exactly did you expect me to do? He turned, squared his shoulders, and looked her straight in the eye. You did what was expected as the first counselor of your days. But as a husband, what did you expect me to do? None of what you did. How is that fair, Kieran? How many women have died for you? Juliet. 6. Those are only 2 I know of. If I worried about other women, I would spend my entire life worrying. You don't have to worry because those women were in the past. When I'm with you, I devote everything to you and to our family. And I ask the same from you. What you have for Jet is in the now, and it is not acceptable. Kieran, are you jealous? I am a man and your husband. I'm entitled to jealousy. But you said my disconnection from Uday's contacts and all my privileges was part of the plot. Yes, it was. She approached him and looked at him in the eye. What about the divorce? He was smart. He would know the answer that would give him a second chance with her. He was king of Uday's. She was his first counselor. They both had responsibility for the greater good, and everything was justifiable. He looked straight back at her. I won't lie to you, Madeline. The divorce was real. She could see the pain in his eyes, and it pained her just as much. He continued, I love you too much to share you with anyone. If I have you, I want all of you, or I want nothing. If, because of that, I don't have a second chance with you, I will have to live with it. But I won't lie to you, and I won't use your days as an excuse. He kissed her lightly on the cheek and turned to leave. Kieran? Yes? Will you marry me? I beg your pardon? We're divorced, so let's do it all over again. Will you marry me? His eyes twinkled with a little spark in his eyes that happened whenever she intrigued him. She had missed that look. He stepped back inside the apartment, tilted her chin up, and looked into her eyes. Yes, I will, he said. Do you have the ring? She pulled out the ring she wore on her necklace. He wiped away a tear that had rolled down her face and kissed the dimple on her left cheek. He backed her against the wall and started kissing her. I have one condition, Madeline said. All right. What is it? A holiday in Ha Long Bay. All 5 of us. 5 of us? She rubbed her tummy and grinned. According to our very helpful robot, I'm pregnant. And he gave me the time of conception, too. Remember the New York bagels? He gingerly put his hand on her tummy. So it's a normal baby. I mean a human child. No, I mean, well, I love Cadman and Lila the way they are, but this human. She touched his face. Kieran, it's fine. I know what you mean, and I'm happy too. Can I name our girl? A girl? She rolled her eyes. Yes, Robert gave me that information too, using his wicked and newly developed algorithm. I didn't install that program for him. He developed a baby gender algorithm himself. Well, you said he's a learning machine. He spent too much time with your little brother. And for your information, Robert asked for a reward for helping me out with the technology. What does he want now? Apparently he wants a smartphone to add to his collection of Earth antiques. Then he shall have one. And yes, you can name our girl. How about Freya? What does that mean? Goddess of love, sex, beauty, war, and death. Kieran chuckled.
Is there anything she isn't the god of?
She wanted to answer his question, but he had stopped her words with a kiss. No matter